Chapter 61. Breaking Limits. Chapter 61. Breaking Limits. The moment Marcus, Boruk, and Vera stormed out of the throne hall, the suffocating weight of politics gave way to the crisp night air of Canindrus. Yet the fire burning in their chests did not cool. Vera's pace was quick, her frustration evident in the sharpness of her steps. "That snake Vulgaris," she spat. "He's been planning this from the start." Boruk, on the other hand, seemed almost invigorated. His massive arms were crossed, a grim smile forming beneath his tusked mouth. "War's coming. I say we meet it head-on." Marcus, walking between them, said nothing. His mind was racing, calculating their next move. He wasn't scared. He was angry. But then it hit him. A sudden, all-consuming surge of power roared through his body like an unchained beast, his breath catching as his muscles locked up. It was as if something deep inside him had been forcefully cracked open, flooding every fiber of his being with heat, ice, and pure, unrelenting energy. His vision blurred, the edges of his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. His veins pulsed, stretched taut under the pressure of an unseen force. His heartbeat pounded, each thud echoing like a war drum in his ears. His level had increased. No, this was something else entirely. This was a threshold, the level 15 breakthrough. "Marcus," Vera's voice cut through the haze, sharp with alarm. Boruk, already recognizing what was happening, stepped in front of them, shielding Marcus from any prying eyes. "It's his breakthrough," the orc rumbled, almost in reverence. Marcus clenched his fists, his knuckles white from the strain. Every muscle in his body felt like it was being torn apart and rebuilt all at once. His bones creaked, shifting under the strain of his rapidly evolving strength. Boruk's voice was softer now. "You might be a chosen." Marcus forced his head up, his jaw tightening. "We talked about this before." "In passing," Boruk admitted, his dark eyes unwavering. "But this isn't normal. You receiving experience from political matters. Your power isn't just growing, it's evolving. You must be blessed by the system." Vera exhaled sharply, looking between the two men. Her usual skepticism flickered. "I hate to admit it, but he might be right." She crossed her arms. "But whether Marcus is chosen or not, we don't have time for this." Marcus let out a slow breath as the pain began to subside. His body adjusted to the sudden shift, his senses returning to normal. No, not normal. Enhanced. He was faster, stronger, more. He wasn't holding back anymore. System update detected. A ripple of unseen force crackled around him, the system adjusting to the new reality of his power. Unlike before, where changes happened in the background, this time it felt personal. Marcus's mind expanded, an understanding of his own body that he had never had before flooding his awareness. Every breath, every movement, every pulse of energy felt refined. System status, Marcus Elder. Name, Marcus Elder. Race, human. Class, Spellfist. Unique. Level 15. Experience, 550 over 45,000. HP, 640 over 640. MP, 84. KI, 84. PSY, 84. Attributes. Strength, 51 to 58. Agility, 48 to 54. Endurance, 52 to 60. Intelligence, 36 to 40. Wisdom, 32 to 38. Luck, 22 to 26. Abilities updated. Floating butterfly, stinging bee, unique. Your movements are no longer just rapid, they are unpredictable, untouchable. Duration extended to 90 seconds. Cooldown reduced to 2 hours. Warning, if used consecutively more than 3 times, severe backlash may occur. Spatial footwork, unique. Your existence flickers just out of reach, an illusion of movement made real. Instantaneous micro-movements, now fully integrated into passive reflexes. Dash nullification, no longer limited to ground movement, mid-air redirection is possible. Aerial manipulation, airborne combat potential unlocked. Achievement, Boundary Breaker. You have reached a threshold that few ever touch, breaking through your limits by hoarding your strength until the perfect moment. All base stats permanently increased by 10%. Special threshold bonuses unlocked. The next level cap will require further refinement to surpass. Marcus exhaled sharply, flexing his fingers as the last waves of the breakthrough settled into his form. His movements felt different, smoother, more precise. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw power humming just beneath his skin, restrained but ready. His muscles, once bound by natural human limitations, no longer carried the same weight of resistance. Boruk grinned, tusks gleaming. No more holding back, huh? Marcus smirked. Not anymore. Vera grinned, rolling her shoulders. Good, because here we have to get to the stronghold as soon as possible. Chapter 62. The War Marches. Chapter 62. The War Marches. In the heart of a grand caravan, Thane Vulgaris leaned over a makeshift war table, his fingers tracing over the intricate maps laid before him. The carriage was dimly lit by oil lamps, casting flickering shadows across the gathered war council. Veteran commanders, mercenary captains, and political strategists. Each one handpicked for their expertise, loyalty, or sheer ruthlessness. At his right, Commander Dresk, a battle-hardened lion beastfolk, leaned over the table, his piercing golden eyes surveying the strategy. The orcs may have fortified their stronghold, but they are not an organized army. Their warriors fight well, but they lack coordinated leadership. If we strike first, we dictate the battle. Opposite him, Lady Veressa, an exiled Astorian noble turned military advisor, tapped a gloved finger against the map. A direct assault on their gates is costly and foolish. They will expect that. Instead, we starve them out. We burn their supply lines, cut their access to fresh water, and force them to fight on our terms. A hulking canine in mercenary armor, Captain Jorvan scoffed. Sieges take time. I say we hit hard and fast. The orcs will scatter under enough pressure. Thane Vulgaris raised a hand, silencing the debate. His expression was unreadable, but his voice carried a chilling finality. We do both. He gestured to the map, where wooden markers represented their advancing forces. Our preemptive forces are already en route. They will arrive within 2 days, positioning themselves to harass the stronghold's perimeter, forcing the orcs to focus inward. Meanwhile, our main forces will follow 4 days behind, enough time for exhaustion and desperation to set in. Dresk nodded in approval. We starve them, then crush them. Vulgaris' lips curled slightly. And when they are broken, the survivors serve. The strong will be recruited, the weak will be discarded. His eyes darkened. Xenor will claim the rebirth dungeon, and the orcs will learn their place. A murmur of agreement spread through the council. The plan was set. The war had begun. News of the Thane's war plans spread quickly, intercepted by the upper circles of Xenor's Adventurers Guild. Within the stone halls of the guild, Thalron sat in quiet contemplation, his fingers drumming against his knee. 2 days behind, he muttered. At his side, Arixa watched him with narrowed eyes. We're going to help him, aren't we? Thalron's gaze didn't waver. Marcus earned my respect. He fought for something bigger than himself. I won't stand by while he and the orcs are slaughtered. Arixa sighed, folding her arms. All right, what's the plan? You find Veleth, Thalron said simply. Arixa raised a brow. Veleth? That dragon bastard. Why him? We don't know his true motivations, but we do know one thing. He respects strength, Thalron explained. And Marcus beat him in the tournament. That matters. He met Arixa's gaze. If he's looking for a worthy cause, this is it. Arixa groaned. Fine, but if he turns on us, I'll gut him myself. Thalron smirked. Good luck with that. Far from Xenor, within the walls of the orc stronghold, the air was heavy with anticipation. Chieftain Miran stood upon the watchtower, his sharp eyes scanning the darkened horizon. He did not yet know what had transpired in Canindrus, but he knew this feeling well. The scent of war. Beside him, Gurak, the stronghold's lead tactician, exhaled. You've been saying this would happen. Miran grunted. Vulgaris wouldn't let the dungeon slip through his fingers. He's a schemer. He'll send forces ahead to weaken us before his main army arrives. Then we're ready for them, Gurak said, rolling his shoulders. Not fully, Miran admitted, but ready enough. The stronghold had been fortifying for weeks, defensive structures had been erected, traps had been set, warriors had been training. It was not perfect, but it was enough. For now, Miran's gaze darkened. We just have to hold out, until Marcus gets here. Beyond the stronghold, unseen by orc scouts, shrouded figures watched from the cover of the night. Clad in darkened robes and marked by the sigil of the followers of the Black, they observed the brewing war with quiet calculation. A young acolyte, shifting uneasily, whispered, "They're preparing for war. Should we intervene?" Their leader, a figure wrapped in a cloak of shifting shadows, gave a soft, knowing chuckle. "No, not yet." The acolyte hesitated. "But Marcus Elder is there, the one we seek." The leader turned slightly, their hood obscuring their features. "Exactly. And when the Thane's forces reach the stronghold, Marcus will be occupied. The battle will consume him." The other followers nodded in understanding. The leader's voice was calm, certain. "And that is when we strike." The war for the stronghold was about to begin, and in its chaos the followers of the Black would claim their prize. Chapter 63, The March to War. Chapter 63, The March to War. The cold air of Canindrus was heavy with tension as Marcus, Boruk, and Vera rode hard from the beastfolk capital. Their departure was not one of triumph, but of urgency. Every moment lost was another step closer to the Orc stronghold, falling to Thane Vulgaris's forces. King Rathgor had given his final words before they left. "Canindrus does not intervene in the wars of others lightly," he had said, his golden eyes weighing Marcus as if trying to glimpse the future within him. "But should you hold the stronghold, should you endure the storm, Canindrus will recognize the Orcs as a sovereign force and offer trade support." It was as much of a guarantee as they would get. Marcus barely had time to process the implications before a fast-traveling messenger raptor landed on Vera's shoulder. The parchment tied to its leg bore Thalron's seal. Vera read the note aloud. "The Orc stronghold is already under attack. I'm sending what forces I can spare, but we will not reach you in time to stop the first wave. I have also sent Arixa to locate Velith. His motivations remain unclear, but I believe he will aid us in the war effort." Marcus nodded, storing the information away. "Good," he muttered. "We're going to need all the help we can get." Baruch exhaled, adjusting his axe on his back. "If we push our mounts hard, we might close the distance." Marcus set his jaw. They were still 2 days behind the Thane's preemptive war bands. The battle had already begun without them. The southern ridges of the Orc stronghold burned. Flames crackled against the night sky, thick plumes of smoke rising high into the darkness. The first war bands of the Thane's army had pushed deep into Orc territory under the cover of night, striking with precision and cruelty. Their goal was not immediate victory, but attrition. Commander Dresk, a grizzled beast rider clad in Zenorian steel, stood atop an outcrop overlooking the battlefield. He was not a man of blind aggression, but of calculated warfare. He did not believe in wasting men on a direct assault when he could bleed the enemy first. He adjusted the heavy braces on his forearms and turned to his second-in-command, a lean, predatory-looking warrior named Gerrick. "Have the mages harass them and keep their forces scattered," he ordered. "Their food, their supplies, their stamina. Grind it all down." Gerrick grinned, baring sharp, wolfish teeth. "By the time the main force arrives, they'll be too exhausted to fight back." With a sharp motion, he signaled the Zenorian fire mages who had already positioned themselves along the ridgeline. Their staffs and hands crackled with red-hot energy, eyes glowing with the rush of arcane power. "Burn them out." The air hissed as a volley of fireballs streaked through the night, trailing smoke before crashing down onto the Orc supply wagons below. Explosions erupted in succession, wood splintering, flames consuming vital rations, medical crates bursting into fiery debris. The heat wave was intense, licking at the stone walls of the stronghold, turning the ground beneath into a scorched ruin. A second volley followed, aimed at key defensive positions. Siege cover, barricades, anything the orcs could use to fortify themselves. It was all set ablaze. The very landscape was shifting beneath them, forcing the defenders into a reactive state. Commander Dresk watched the destruction unfold, his mouth twisting into a satisfied smirk. That should unsettle them. From the highest tower of the stronghold, Chieftain Miran observed the battlefield, his sharp gaze scanning the chaos. He did not yet know what had transpired in Canindrus, but his instincts told him the time for war had arrived, and he had prepared. He turned to his lead tactician, Gurak, a massive orc with thick silver bands tied to his tusks. His presence was a mountain of steadiness amidst the flames. "Gurak," Miran called, his voice calm despite the carnage. "Where do they focus their pressure?" Gurak did not hesitate. His eyes moved over the battlefield like a seasoned predator analyzing its prey. "They're targeting our stamina," he said, voice steady. "They aren't committing their full force. This is meant to exhaust us before the real fight begins." Miran smirked. "Good," he muttered. "That means they still expect an easy victory." He turned toward his war captains. "Dermog and his archers are already prepared to handle the frontal assault, but I want Ragn and his scouts to move. Have them slip through the cliffs and strike from behind. If they want to bleed us, let's make sure they bleed too." A low horn sounded in response, signaling the silent mobilization of Ragn's unit. The orc warrior, his face streaked with black war paint, gave a sharp nod. Ragn and his scouts moved like shadows through the high cliffs. Unlike the heavy armored warriors who stood at the stronghold's walls, the scouts were built for speed, stealth, and ambush tactics. Their gear was stripped down, their weapons light but deadly, short sabers, throwing axes, and heavy hunting bows. The Zenorian skirmishers below had begun their retreat, believing the orcs were already losing ground. Ragn grinned. They have no idea what's coming. He raised a fist, signaling to the dozen scouts behind him. They lined up along the rocky overhangs, bows drawn. His eyes tracked the movement of the retreating enemy, waiting, now. A sharp whistle cut through the night, the signal to fire. A storm of arrows rained down from above, each shot aimed with lethal precision. Zenorian warriors cried out as the first volley struck their exposed backs, piercing armor gaps and striking down unsuspecting troops. Some fell instantly, others collapsed with painful gasps, scrambling for cover. Panic spread through the Zenorian forces, their retreat turning into a frantic scramble. Ragn did not let up. He drew his curved daggers, signaling the second phase of the ambush. "Leave none standing." The orc scouts surged from their hiding spots, dropping from the ridges onto unsuspecting enemy backs. Daggers flashed in the moonlight, cutting throats, slicing hamstrings. Axes buried deep into Zenorian flesh, hacking down those too slow to react. A Zenorian sergeant spun, parrying Ragn's incoming strike with a brutal upward swing of his longsword. Sparks flew as steel met steel. "You filth!" the hyena beastfolk spat. Ragn snarled, "You should have brought more men." He twisted, kicking the sergeant's knee inward. The snap of bone was audible even over the chaos. The man fell, screaming, before Ragn's saber silenced him. By the time Dresk and Garrick realized what was happening, the damage had already been done. A third of their strike teams lay dead, cut down in the dark by an enemy they had underestimated. From his high vantage point, Commander Dresk's expression darkened. The orcs had responded faster than anticipated. So Miran was prepared after all. Garrick, nursing a bleeding shoulder from a glancing arrow, cursed. They weren't supposed to be this organized. Dresk let out a slow breath. He had a choice: push forward and risk greater casualties, or pull back and report their findings to the Thane. "Fall back," he ordered. Garrick looked at him. "But—" "Fall back," Dresk repeated, sharper this time. "We keep the pressure up, but no unnecessary losses." The remaining Zenorian forces withdrew into the darkness, leaving behind burning supply crates, corpses, and a battlefield that had not swung entirely in their favor. As the fires died down, Chieftain Miran's suspicions deepened. "This isn't their full assault," he murmured. "They're still waiting for something." The orcs had won the first engagement, but Miran knew better than to celebrate. This was a test. He turned toward his war council. We hold the walls, we ration our stamina. The true battle is still coming. Ragn returned from the ridges, blood streaking his face, a grin on his lips. We sent them running. Miran gave him a firm nod. Good work, but this isn't over. A dark gathering took place in the shadowed ruins outside the battlefield. A masked figure, wrapped in a cloak adorned with blackened runes, knelt before a robed envoy from Xenor. The envoy, his face hidden beneath a deep hood, spoke first. The Thane's forces advance, but our purpose remains unchanged. The masked figure responded, voice a mere whisper. We are patient. The stronghold will be distracted, the envoy continued. Marcus Elder will return to the battlefield. That is when you move. The masked figure did not hesitate. Once the battle begins in earnest, we take him. A spy, hidden within the orc ranks, sent a discreet signal into the night. The followers of the Black knew Marcus was still en route. All they had to do now was wait. The night stretched endlessly as Marcus, Vera, and Boruk pushed their mounts to their limits. The distant scent of smoke reached them, a sign that the battle had already begun. Marcus's grip tightened on his reins. They were still 2 days behind. We're not going to make it in time, Vera muttered, frustration evident in her tone. Marcus exhaled sharply. Then we make sure that when we do arrive, we change the tide. Baruch chuckled darkly. Ha, just the 3 of us? Marcus smirked. You should know by now, it doesn't take an army, just the right kind of fighter. Their conversation was cut short as Marcus's instincts flared again. A presence. Something was watching them. He snapped his head toward the nearby tree line, but whatever had been lurking had already disappeared. Vera's hand went to her blade. What is it? Marcus hesitated. He had felt this before, not just an enemy, a hunter. He narrowed his eyes. Nothing, yet. Boruk huffed. Then we ride faster. They dug their heels into their mounts, galloping through the open plains. Marcus's heart pounded. The war had already begun, and he was riding straight into the chaos. Chapter 64. The Storm Breaks. Chapter 64. The Storm Breaks. The night wind howled as Marcus, Vera, and Boruk tore across the moonlit plains, their mounts galloping at the very edge of exhaustion. Every hoofbeat against the hard-packed earth was a drumbeat toward war, their urgency a force that seemed to defy nature itself. The distant glow of firelight stained the horizon, an omen of the battle already raging at the orc stronghold. We're pushing them too hard, Vera muttered, her sharp eyes flicking toward her horse's heaving flanks. Sweat foamed at the beast's neck, its breaths coming in ragged huffs. Boruk grunted, his expression grim. No choice, we're already 2 days behind. Marcus barely heard them. His focus remained locked on the distant columns of smoke spiraling into the sky. The stronghold was burning, the Thane's forces had arrived in full, and every second wasted was another life lost. Suddenly, Vera raised a clenched fist, signaling them to slow. Her head snapped toward the thickening tree line ahead, her gaze narrowing. Look! Marcus followed her gaze. Along the bark of several trees, deep claw-like markings ran in sets of 3, each one deliberately etched into the wood. The pattern was unmistakable. Ambush markers, she murmured. Someone's been here, recently. Baruch leaned forward in his saddle, nostrils flaring as he sniffed the wind. His expression darkened. Not the Thane's men. This scent is different. Marcus flexed his fingers, Kai humming just beneath his skin. A deep instinctual prickle ran up his spine, warning him they were not alone. We ride carefully, he said. Whatever's out here, it's waiting. They pressed forward at a slower pace, senses on high alert. The wind carried distant whispers through the trees, the unmistakable sensation of unseen eyes following their every move. The night itself had become an enemy. Arixa found Velith where she expected him, seated atop a ruined temple outside Canindrus, his silhouette cast against the rising moon. The Drake warrior sat cross-legged, sword and shield resting beside him, his eyes closed in deep meditation. She stepped forward, her boots crunching against the ancient stone. We need you. Velith didn't open his eyes. War is coming, then? Arixa folded her arms. It's already started. Finally, he exhaled, opening his golden eyes to meet hers. Arixa hesitated only briefly before pressing on. Marcus is riding into a war zone. The Orc stronghold won't survive without him, but he won't survive without us. Velith tilted his head. You're invested in this. Arixa's hands clenched at her sides, because I believe he might actually win. Something flickered in Velith's gaze, amusement, perhaps. He smirked. I never thought I'd see you put faith in a human. She scowled. Shut up. Velith chuckled, standing and stretching his arms. Fine, I'll play my part. Arixa exhaled, relieved. Good. As she turned to leave, Velith murmured, This should be interesting. Then, with a flash of movement, he vanished into the night. The Thane's war camp was a beast of iron and fire. Thousands of soldiers moved in disciplined formations beneath flickering torchlight, their armor glinting like the teeth of some great mechanical beast. Siege engines, towering catapults, mana cannons, and iron-plated battering rams stood poised for destruction. Inside the command tent, Thane Vulgaris loomed over a massive war map, his dark eyes studying every line and marker. Commander Dresk, still nursing his bruises from the earlier skirmish, stood beside him. The Orcs resist harder than we anticipated, he admitted. Vulgaris smirked, unbothered. Good, I prefer an opponent with spirit. He reached forward, dragging his armored fingers across the war map. The preemptive strikes were only the first movement. Now we bring overwhelming force. Dresk inclined his head. A three-pronged assault. Yes, Vulgaris murmured, fire mages and siege weapons will bombard them first. The main infantry will strike from the south, while my cavalry flanks from the east. His smile sharpened. By dawn, the stronghold will be ours. Dresk hesitated. And Marcus Elder? Vulgaris chuckled. Already accounted for. He gestured toward the shadows of the tent. A hooded figure stepped forward, Kyle, a Psyker assassin with cold, empty eyes. Intercept him before he reaches the battlefield, Vulgaris ordered. Bring him alive. Kyle nodded and vanished into the night. From the highest wall of the stronghold, Chieftain Miran gazed out over the endless sea of torches burning along the horizon. The Thane's army was on the move. Below, the War Council argued. They'll break through by morning, Gurak growled. We need to strike first. No, Miran said firmly. We hold. Ragn, freshly returned from another successful ambush, wiped blood from his brow. We've hit them hard, but they're adapting. Miran's jaw tightened. Then we force them to fight our battle, not theirs. He turned back to the battlefield, his gaze heavy with the weight of command. Hurry, Marcus. The war camp of the Thane was silent as Kyle entered. He moved like a phantom, his psyker energy shrouding him in the unnatural stillness of a predator on the hunt. At the center of the camp, a robed envoy from the followers of the Black awaited him. Our objectives align, the envoy said. The stronghold is but a distraction. Kyle nodded. Marcus Elder must be taken. The envoy smiled. He rides as we speak. We will strike before he reaches his allies. Kyle said nothing. He merely turned and disappeared into the shadows. At last, Marcus, Baruch, and Vera saw the first distant glow of the Orc stronghold on the horizon. The sky churned with smoke, and the distant boom of siege weapons echoed through the plains. We're almost there, Vera muttered, breathless. Then, a shift. Marcus's instincts screamed. Something unseen lurked just beyond the trees. Before he could react, shadows moved. A glint of steel. Baruch barely had time to curse before the first blade struck. The assassins had arrived. Marcus dodged just in time, the first dagger missing his throat by inches. He twisted, striking out with his gauntleted fist, only to hit nothing but air. These assassins were fast, too fast. Baruch roared, drawing his axe as a second attacker lunged. He blocked the strike, forcing his opponent back. Vera spun, blades flashing as she parried an incoming strike. This isn't random, she shouted. They were waiting for us. Marcus gritted his teeth. The battlefield wasn't. Waiting. The war wasn't coming. It was here, and now it had found him. Chapter 65. The Assassin's Gambit. Chapter 65, The Assassin's Gambit. Vera barely managed to deflect a second attack, her sword clashing against an unseen force. Baruch bellowed in fury, launching himself from his mount, his axe already swinging into the darkness. Figures emerged from the blackness, cloaked in psycho distortion, their forms flickering, their movements barely tangible. It was as if reality itself bent around them. Kyle stepped forward, his voice like silk woven with steel. "Marcus Elder, your time running free ends tonight." Marcus pulled himself into a stance, fists raised, Kai flaring to life. His breath was steady, but his mind raced. This was different. This wasn't a brawl. This was a hunt, and he was the prey. The Psyker assassins attacked with surgical precision, moving like specters in the night. Marcus barely caught their forms as they flickered between reality and illusion, their bodies twisting and distorting with unnatural speed. They weren't just fast, they were unreadable. Marcus clenched his fists, focusing on his senses. Kai, Psyker, and Mana all thrummed within him, but something was off. His vision warped, the battlefield shifting unnaturally. Vera and Baruch appeared in multiple places at once, their movements lagging or jumping ahead unpredictably. Marcus ducked as a dagger whistled through the space where his throat had been seconds earlier. He twisted, launching a counterpunch, but his fist met nothing but empty air. The assassin had already moved, their presence flickering 2 feet to the left, as if reality itself had adjusted to mislead him. Vera snarled as she swung her sword in a perfectly timed arc, aiming for an enemy's exposed ribs. But at the last second, they weren't there. Instead, a second identical figure appeared behind her. Marcus barely had time to shout a warning before a dagger raked across Vera's arm, opening a shallow wound. Baruch roared, bringing his axe down in a vicious overhead strike. The sheer force tore through the illusion of the assassin standing in front of him, only for the real attacker to materialize behind his back, twin daggers gleaming. Marcus threw a sharp right hook into the air, aiming at a flickering figure closing in on Baruch. His Kai-infused punch detonated outward, forcing the assassin to blink sideways in an unnatural, almost twitch-like movement. They weren't dodging him. They were anticipating him. Marcus's mind raced. This wasn't just speed, it was Psyker at work. Kyle, still standing in the shadows of the battle, watched with a patient smirk. "You have power, Marcus Elder," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "But what is power without control?" Marcus moved, too late. A figure flashed into existence beside him. Before he could react, icy fingers pressed against his exposed side. A nerve strike. Marcus's world crashed into darkness for a split second. His limbs locked up, his breath stalled, and his Kai violently fluctuated. It felt as if someone had severed his connection to his own body. His arms refused to lift, his legs trembled under him, and for the first time in this world, he couldn't move. A Psyker echo pulsed around him. His vision distorted further, the assassins multiplying into dozens of flickering images. He saw Vera fighting Baruch. No, that wasn't real. He saw himself, standing beside Kale, his own face twisted into a cruel grin. Not real. He saw an assassin sinking a dagger into his chest. Was that real? Marcus struggled against the oppressive weight crashing down on him, but his body refused to obey. Panic clawed at the edges of his mind. Then Stem's voice cut through the fog. "Marcus, focus. Your instincts are stronger than their illusions. Trust them." Marcus gritted his teeth, forcing his senses outward. He couldn't rely on sight. His vision was compromised. He couldn't rely on Kai alone. The assassins were disrupting it. But he could still feel. Marcus exhaled slowly, listening to the battle with a fighter's ear. The scuff of boots against dirt, the subtle shift of air before a strike, the barely perceptible sound of breath. And then he moved. An assassin lunged for his exposed side. Marcus twisted sharply, throwing a back fist. A solid impact. The illusion around the assassin flickered, breaking for a moment as Marcus's strike connected. The cloaked figure staggered backward, their Psyker trickery faltering. Marcus didn't stop. He fought blind. He let his instincts lead, his body reacting before his mind could second-guess. A dagger whispered past his ribs. Marcus turned with the movement instead of against it, minimizing the damage. A shadow lunged for his back. Marcus shifted, catching the assassin's wrist mid-strike and slamming his knuckles into their gut. The illusions weakened around him. They weren't untouchable. Kyle's smirk faded slightly as he observed. "Interesting," he muttered. But then, Kyle made his move. The assassin leader blurred into existence right in front of Marcus, his movement impossible to predict. No sound, no warning. Too fast. Kyle's hand touched Marcus's shoulder. A second nerve strike. Marcus froze as his entire body locked up again. "Damn it!" Kyle leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. "You are worth more alive than dead. But that depends entirely on whether you resist." Marcus's muscles screamed, his vision pulsing with static as the psyche suppression intensified. Then his willpower flared, the paralysis weakened, the illusions flickered, his instincts sharpened. Psyche interference or not, he was still a fighter. Kyle's confidence wavered. Marcus moved. A brutal headbutt crashed into Kyle's face. The assassin stumbled, his psyche focus breaking for a fraction of a second. But it was enough. Marcus launched himself into motion, forcing his Kai into his limbs like igniting a dying fire. The oppressive weight against his body shattered as his energy roared back to life. "Not so invincible now, are you?" Marcus growled, wiping blood from his lip. Kyle chuckled, but his gaze was sharper now. "You are more troublesome than I thought." Marcus barely had time to react as Kyle's fingers twitched. A final psyche pulse rippled outward. Marcus staggered, his balance slipping for a single second. And in that second, Kyle struck. A poisoned dagger carved a deep gash across Marcus's side. Marcus barely felt the pain at first. Then the burning started. Kyle stepped back, nodding slightly. "You'll live, but not for long." Then he and his surviving assassins vanished into the night. Marcus collapsed onto one knee, the poison setting fire to his veins. Vera caught him before he could fall completely. Boruk snarled, still seething from the fight. "Damn cowards!" Vera checked Marcus's wound, her jaw tightening. "We don't have time for this. We need to get him to the stronghold, now." Boruk nodded, lifting Marcus onto his mount. Through the haze, Marcus forced himself to mutter, "We're not done." Vera tightened her grip on the reins. "No, we're not." At the Orc stronghold, Moran stood his ground. His axes dripped with fresh blood, his body battered and bruised from fighting off the Zenorian invaders. The Thane's army was relentless, but so were the Orcs. Another wave of soldiers rushed the gates, and Moran let out a battle cry, swinging his axes with all his might. For now he held, but as he wiped the blood from his brow, his mind drifted to one question. Where is Marcus? The war raged on. The stronghold and Marcus were running out of time. Chapter 66. The Arrival of the Spellfist. Chapter 66. The Arrival of the Spellfist. "Marcus, the poison seems to be derived from Psyche. I can't neutralize it efficiently." Stem's voice hummed in Marcus' mind, the concern and desperation evident. "Marcus, are you there?" Marcus just sat there unfocused, eyes almost empty. The rhythmic pounding of hooves against the earth was the only sound Marcus could focus on, his vision blurring at the edges. His entire body ached, his limbs heavy as if they were no longer his own. Sweat slicked his skin, soaking through his clothes despite the cool night air. "Marcus," Vera's voice was sharp, cutting through the haze in Marcus's mind. She rode close beside him, her crimson eyes flicking to his deteriorating state. "How bad is it?" A static hum filled Marcus's head before Stem responded, his tone even but edged with strain. "The poison is spreading. I can slow it, but it's not just physical. It's psyche-infused. It's disrupting your body's ability to regulate its energy flow. Ki, mana, and psyche are out of sync." "It's bad." Marcus barely registered the words, but he could feel it. His power felt foreign, his movements sluggish despite the usual surge of energy in battle. Every muscle in his body screamed, yet there was a deeper, more insidious force at play. like his own mind was working against him. Boruk, riding just ahead, grunted. "We better get there fast." He didn't look back, but his knuckles were white around his axe handle. Marcus gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to be like this. Not now, not when they were so close. He forced himself upright, gripping the reins tighter. "I don't care what it takes," he growled under his breath. "I'm making it." Stem was silent for a moment before replying. "Then endure, Marcus." The glow of fire ahead burned in the sky like an omen. The Orc stronghold was under siege. Chieftain Miran stood atop the crumbling battlements, his dual axes slick with blood, his broad chest heaving from exertion. The Orc warlord had fought for hours, leading the charge on the walls against the relentless waves of Zenorian soldiers. Below the battlefield was a storm. Siege engines bombarded the stronghold, massive fireballs reducing portions of the outer defenses to rubble. Zenorian fire mages positioned on high ridges unleashed destruction, forcing the Orc defenders to huddle behind crumbling barricades. Nearby, Ragan and his ambush squads moved like ghosts, cutting down invaders before slipping back into the ruins. But even they were losing ground. Their numbers were thinning. A young Orc warrior, barely more than a whelp, staggered to Miran's side. His face was covered in soot and blood. "Chieftain, we can't hold much longer." Miran's golden eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, his mind racing through the possibilities. He had prepared for war, but not against a force this massive. And still, Marcus had not arrived. The Orc chieftain exhaled sharply, gripping his axes tighter. "Where in the hells is he?" The Zenorian army pressed forward, siege engines inching toward the final gates. The defenders on the walls braced, expecting the final assault. And then a new sound rang out through the chaos, a single distant war horn. For a moment the battlefield hesitated. From the far ridge, 3 riders appeared, silhouetted by the burning sky. The first, Boruk, his massive war axe catching the firelight. The second, Vera, blade drawn, her crimson eyes fierce. And the last, Marcus. His mount was barely holding together, and he himself was swaying in the saddle, the poison visibly wearing him down. Yet his eyes were clear, his posture steady, and his presence undeniable. The Spellfist had arrived. The Zenorian soldiers turned at the sound of pounding hooves, their disciplined formations shifting as they spotted the incoming riders. For the briefest moment, hesitation flickered across their ranks. 3 figures against an army. The numbers were laughable. Then their commanding officer barked an order. "Cut them down!" Soldiers rushed forward, spears and shields raised, archers knocking arrows, preparing to wipe out the reckless charge before it could reach the battlefield. Marcus didn't wait. He launched himself from his mount, mid-gallop, his body twisting in the air with practiced ease. His fist, wrapped in kai and crackling with lightning mana, plummeted downward like a meteor. The impact was cataclysmic. A thunderous detonation erupted as Marcus's fist met the earth, unleashing a shockwave that split the ground apart beneath him. The first wave of soldiers never even had the chance to react. Their bodies were thrown like ragdolls, crashing into each other, weapons ripped from their grasp. A fissure of crackling blue lightning arced outward, snapping through the enemy ranks. Armor plates scorched, weapons melted, and bodies convulsed from the sheer force of the energy surging through them. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Marcus rolled through the explosion, momentum carrying him forward. A Zenorian knight, barely regaining his footing, lifted his shield, too late. Marcus twisted, driving his fist upward into the knight's jaw. The impact caved in the steel helm like paper, sending the man soaring backward, his body limp before he even hit the ground. Another enemy lunged, sword flashing under the moonlight. Marcus weaved past the blade effortlessly, pivoting on his heel. A devastating cross-counter struck the soldier square in the ribs, the sound of bones snapping barely audible over the cacophony of war. The man's feet left the ground as he was launched backward, crashing into a group of his own allies. By the time the third soldier reacted, Marcus was already moving. His spatial footwork blurred his form, the illusion of teleportation making him appear ahead of his own afterimage. The Zenorian barely saw the elbow before it shattered his nose. Another came from the side, thrusting a spear toward Marcus's flank. Marcus didn't bother dodging. He caught the spear mid-thrust, twisted, and yanked the soldier forward, straight into a savage knee strike. Boruk and Vera crashed into the fray behind him, their weapons carving a bloody path, but their efforts were secondary to what was happening at the center of the carnage. Because Marcus wasn't just fighting, he was dominating. A Zenorian captain, witnessing the carnage, sneered as he saw Marcus briefly stagger from his wound. "He's already broken," he muttered, lifting his sword. Marcus wiped blood from his lip and grinned. "Activate second wind." A torrent of energy swirled around Marcus. With an inhale, the energy rushed into him. Reality stretched and snapped back with the action. "Try me." The captain lunged, his sword flashing with a gleaming arc of reinforced mana. Marcus didn't just dodge, he broke through. With spatial footwork and his newfound power fully unleashed, Marcus moved with such brutal efficiency that it bordered on cruelty. His body became a blur, his strikes landing before his enemies even processed the movement. A soldier swung an axe. Marcus wasn't there. Another raised his shield. Marcus was already behind him, driving a fist into his exposed spine. The battlefield finally understood. They weren't fighting a man, they were fighting a monster. From the stronghold walls, Miran's gaze snapped toward the chaos below. At first, he couldn't believe it. Then he saw the shockwaves, the sheer devastation one man was causing. His warriors, who had been moments from breaking, saw Marcus fighting below, and they roared. "Marcus Elder!" The chant spread like wildfire, the exhausted orcs finding new strength in their leader's arrival. Miran exhaled, gripping his axes. So he made it. He turned to his warriors. "Open the gates." The fortress doors groaned as they were forced apart. From his elevated command post, Thane Vulgaris watched the battlefield in silence. Commander Dresk, standing beside him, gaped. "He should be dead. We were told he was poisoned." Vulgaris said nothing at first. He simply watched as Marcus shattered an entire front line while barely standing. Then he smirked. "It seems we underestimated him again." He stepped forward, eyes scanning the battlefield. "No matter, we adjust. He is not invincible." His voice was cold when he turned to his officers. "Bring out the real weapons." The gates slammed shut behind him as Marcus staggered inside, breath heavy. Miran was waiting. The chieftain gripped Marcus's shoulder, his expression unreadable. "You took your time." Marcus, despite the pain and poison still burning in his veins, grinned. "Wouldn't be fun if I made it easy." Vera and Boruk arrived, both panting, both bloodied, but both alive. The battlefield outside still raged. The Thane was preparing his next move. Marcus straightened. He was injured, he was weakened. But he was here, and he was not done. Chapter 67, The Siege Breaks. Chapter 67, The Siege Breaks. The heavy gates of the Orc stronghold slammed shut behind Marcus, their iron bars groaning under the relentless weight of battle. The instant he crossed the threshold, the sudden loss of adrenaline hit him like a collapsing wave. His vision blurred, his legs wavered beneath him, and his balance gave out. Before he could crash into the stone floor, two strong hands caught him. Boruk and Vera at his side, steadying him. "You're still standing, huh?" Miran's voice, deep and unwavering, carried through the fortress yard. His golden eyes locked onto Marcus, studying him not just as a warrior, but as a leader assessing an injured soldier. There was a hint of relief, but mostly approval in his expression. Marcus swallowed the coppery taste of blood in his mouth and forced himself upright, even as his muscles screamed in protest. His body was failing him. "I'm here," he muttered, his voice rough, almost hoarse. But the truth was, he was barely holding together. The Psyker-infused poison still curled through his veins, disrupting his Kai, mana, and Psyker synchronization. Stem was working to purge it, but the process was agonizingly slow. His energies were disjointed, slipping between his grasp like oil on water. Miran stepped forward, reaching out with a firm grip on Marcus's shoulder, not in hostility, but in solidarity. "You bought us time," he said, his tone carrying the weight of respect. "But this battle isn't over." Marcus exhaled through his teeth, trying to steel himself, but every breath felt shallow. his ribs struggling against the tightness in his chest. The fortress trembled around them. Even beyond the walls, the sounds of war were deafening. The clash of steel, the roars of dying warriors, and the relentless thunder of siege bombardments. Orc warriors, emboldened by Marcus's arrival, fought with renewed fervor. They had seen the spellfist tear through the enemy ranks, had felt the surge of hope that came with his presence. But hope alone wouldn't hold these walls. The outer defenses were in ruins, sections of the stone fortifications reduced to rubble. Fires raged in pockets across the stronghold, ignited by the Zenorian fire mages, their spell barrages growing more coordinated. This wasn't a desperate push by a struggling army. This was a war machine adapting, learning, adjusting, pressing forward with precision. The Thane's forces weren't retreating, they were gearing up for something worse. And they weren't done. A deep mechanical rumble rolled through the battlefield, sending shudders through the ground. It was slow at first, almost imperceptible against the chaos of war. Then the tremors intensified. The very earth beneath them shook. From his elevated forward command, Thane Vulgaris stood still, watching with the patience of a predator. The firelight of the burning battlefield cast eerie shadows over his features, his expression unreadable, except for the small, knowing smirk at the corner of his lips. Beside him, Commander Dresk inhaled sharply. "They're moving," he muttered, his grip tightening on the pommel of his sword. The siege titans were advancing. The Orc stronghold defenders heard it before they saw it. The first thunderous footstep cracked the ground, then another. The cries of battle faltered. Soldiers, Orcs and Zenorians alike, paused, some turning their heads toward the oncoming doom. Then they appeared. Towering behemoths, 3 times the height of a man, forged from steel-reinforced plates, their massive limbs etched with arcane runes that pulsed with contained power. The siege titans were not simply machines. They were walking weapons of annihilation. Their central cores pulsed like molten hearts, fed by fire mages channeling streams of pure mana, their hands outstretched in controlled synchronization. These weren't conventional siege weapons. They were arcane monstrosities, designed for war, engineered for destruction. A titan halted, its massive, hammer-like arm lifting into the air. The runes flared brighter, arcs of red-hot energy racing through the engraved circuits across its form. Then it swung downward. Boom! The impact ripped through the stronghold's outer wall, sending massive chunks of stone collapsing in a violent eruption. The shockwave alone sent defenders staggering backward, some outright flung off the battlements. The fortress groaned, the very foundation trembling under the Titan's fury. Then a second siege Titan, stationed further back, adjusted its stance. A mechanical whine built up. The Titan's ballista arm, fitted with a mana-infused spear as thick as a tree trunk, locked into place. The spearhead glowed, crackling with a terrifying concentration of fire and kinetic force. A tense silence gripped the battlefield for half a second. Then, the ballista fired. The sky screamed as the spear tore through the battlefield, carving a trail of destruction in its wake. The moment it hit, the entire rampart exploded. Stone, fire, and shattered bodies sent flying in all directions. A nearby watchtower collapsed, its structure giving way to the sheer force of impact. The Orc stronghold shook violently, the walls now barely holding. From the battlements, Miran's gaze remained locked on the siege titans, his jaw set in a hard line. Inside the war room, the tension was palpable. Marcus stood over a crude battle map, his hands bracing the table, his breathing still unsteady. The poison was still in him, slowing his mind and body, but even without it, this sight was something else entirely. If those titans breach the walls fully, Miran's voice rumbled, low and heavy, we lose the stronghold. A statement of fact. A grim truth. Marcus exhaled sharply, still wrestling with the sluggishness of his poisoned body. "We can't take them head-on," Vera muttered, her expression tight as she studied the imposing war machines outside. "Not like this." Boruk's fists clenched, knuckles cracking under the strain. "There has to be something we can hit. A weak point, a power source, something." Miran's eyes flicked toward Marcus. Marcus gritted his teeth. He wasn't ready to fight. Not yet, but the siege titans weren't going to wait for him to recover, and neither was the Thane. Chapter 68. The Counterattack Begins. Chapter 68. The Counterattack Begins. The orc stronghold trembled under the relentless onslaught. Every devastating impact from the siege titans sent shockwaves through the stone walls, shaking the very foundation of the fortress. The air reeked of blood, ash and fire, and the once imposing battlements now looked ragged, charred, crumbling, and splintered under the brutal siege. Yet despite the devastation, the orc warriors fought on. Marcus, slumped against a cold stone pillar inside the war room, felt the distant vibrations through his weakened limbs. His body still burned with the remnants of the psyche-infused poison, disrupting his internal flow of chi, mana, and psyche. Stem was working tirelessly to purge the toxins, but the process was painfully slow. Each breath was a battle of its own. He struggled to sit up straighter, but his muscles felt like lead. Marcus. Miran's deep voice cut through the haze like a war horn in the night. The chieftain's golden eyes were unwavering, his massive form looming over Marcus like an unbreakable wall. He placed a firm, heavy hand on Marcus's shoulder, steadying him. "You've done enough." Marcus clenched his teeth. "I can still fight." His voice lacked the steel it usually carried. Miran shook his head. "Not yet. Rest. That's an order." Marcus wanted to argue. Every instinct told him to push forward, to keep going. But Miran's words carried the authority of a leader who had seen countless battles. This was not a request. The chieftain turned to Vera, his tone sharpening. "Watch him. Make sure he doesn't do something reckless." Vera crossed her arms. "He's stubborn, but I'll keep him in one piece." There was a slight smirk in her tone, but her crimson eyes held concern. Satisfied, Miran rolled his shoulders, turning his attention toward the battlefield. His massive twin axes rested against his back, the weapons etched with countless victories, their edges worn yet deadly. "Baruch! Ragn!" The two warriors stepped forward without hesitation. Baruch grunted, rolling his shoulders. His war axe rested easily against his palm, its weight familiar, comforting. Finally. His knuckles cracked as he tightened his grip. Ragn smirked, adjusting the twin blades strapped to his back. "Let's see how many of these bastards we can send to the dirt before they figure out what's happening." Miran's presence dominated the space, his sheer presence an unshakable force. "We go to buy Marcus some time." With a mighty creak, the iron gates groaned open. The battle beyond the gates was chaos. Zenorian soldiers swarmed the ruined outer walls, shields raised, swords flashing in the firelight. Mages in crimson robes stood behind their ranks, hurling firebolts and arcane blasts at the remaining orc defenders. The ground was littered with the dead, yet no side was relenting. Above them, the siege titans loomed. Their runed steel plating shimmered with molten power, and their fire cores pulsed with ominous energy. And then, Miran charged. The first Zenorian soldier never saw the axe coming. Shunk. The blade cleaved through iron armor and bone in a single brutal strike, the force so powerful that it sent the soldier's bisected corpse flying. Miran spun, using the momentum to bring his second axe around in a wicked horizontal slash. A soldier's head flew. Blood sprayed the dirt. 2 kills in 2 steps. Baruch followed suit, a whirlwind of raw power, his axe smashing through shields, sending enemies flying like ragdolls. Each devastating arc of his weapon broke bodies, shattered steel, and painted the battlefield in carnage. Ragn was deadly precision incarnate. His twin blades flashed like streaks of silver, weaving between soldiers, cutting throats, slicing tendons. A mage raised his staff to cast, only to choke on his own blood as Ragn's dagger embedded into his throat. And then, Miran faced the Titan. The massive war machine registered him as a threat, its molten core pulsing as it adjusted its stance. The hammer came down. Boom! The earth split. The force of impact blasted apart the ground beneath it, sending debris flying in all directions. But Miran was faster. He dodged by a hair, using the Titan's own momentum against it. Then he climbed. Miran leapt onto the Titan's arm, his axes embedding deep into the enchanted steel. With terrifying strength, he pulled himself up, using the very weapon meant to crush him as a foothold. The Titan tried to shake him off, but he was relentless. With a mighty roar, he brought his axe down on the Titan's fire core, sinking deep into the pulsing energy source. The ground beneath them ignited. Heat exploded outward, flames licking at Miran's armor, but he held on. One more strike. He yanked the axe free and drove it home. The core shattered. The Titan convulsed. Then it collapsed. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Molten steel melted into the dirt, the behemoth's final groans lost in the firestorm. The orc warriors roared in triumph. Their chieftain had felled a Titan. But victory had a price. Miran, still standing, staggered. His side was torn open, blackened armor fusing to his flesh, fresh blood pooling at his feet. Boruk and Ragn, battered but alive, rushed to his side, catching him before he could fall. And then they saw it. The Titan's dying core wasn't fading, it was redirecting. The remaining siege Titans absorbed its power. Their runes burned brighter, their forms stood taller. Miran cursed under his breath. They're absorbing its power. Boruk's fists clenched. Then we just have to take the rest down faster. A shockwave rippled through the battlefield. A silver and blue streak shot forward, colliding with a siege Titan with enough force to send it skidding back. A massive shield, newly forged and gleaming under the firelight, absorbed the Titan's retaliatory strike. Velith had arrived. The Drake warrior stood tall, his shield anchored deep into the battlefield, his blade gleaming in the firelight. Behind him, Arixa rested her massive war hammer on her shoulder, Kai energy pulsing through its weight. And then Thalron. The half-elf, half-dwarf warrior stood, his newly forged rapier gleaming, mana radiating off him in powerful, controlled waves. His eyes scanned the battlefield. His tone was casual, but his presence was commanding. "We're late," he mused. "Let's fix that." The battle had just shifted. Chapter 69. The Relentless Vanguard. Chapter 69. The Relentless Vanguard. The battlefield had changed. What was once a slow, grinding war of attrition had turned into a massacre. The arrival of Velith, Arixa, and Thalron had shifted the momentum like an unrelenting storm, crashing into a crumbling dam. The orc warriors, battered and bloodied, could barely keep up as the three warriors waded through the enemy lines with terrifying efficiency. The Xenorian forces hesitated for the first time in the siege. Fear crept into their ranks. Thane Vulgaris, watching from his elevated command post, scowled, his lips curled in mild annoyance. Where in the hell did these three come from? Commander Dresk, standing beside him, watched the battlefield with sharp, calculating eyes. "That's Velith," he murmured, his voice tight with something bordering on concern. "Drake blood, and a psyker specialist. We knew he was powerful, but I didn't expect him here." Vulgaris's expression darkened. "And the other two?" Dresk's grip on his sword tightened. Arixa of the Unyielding, a system-blessed Kai warrior. Endless stamina, endless power. And Thalron, that damn half-blood, wields elemental-infused swordplay better than most noble-born mages. Vulgaris' fingers drummed against the hilt of his weapon. His battlefield had turned chaotic. He didn't like chaos, unless he was the one causing it. He exhaled slowly. "Then it's time we remind them who owns this battlefield." But first he watched. Velith stood at the center of the carnage, controlling the flow of the battle with sheer willpower. The air around him shimmered, vibrating with invisible force. Psyker energy pulsed outward in waves, an unseen force dictating the very movement of the battlefield. Enemy soldiers slowed, their strikes faltered, their formations broke. Each time a Xenorian warrior tried to step forward, an unseen force pushed them just slightly off balance. Each time an archer loosed an arrow, it veered just a few inches off course. Each time a mage raised their staff, their spell fizzled half a second too late. Velith's mind stretched outward, reading every movement, adjusting every action. "Too slow," he muttered as he sidestepped an incoming halberd, his shield slamming into the attacker's ribs with bone-crushing force. Another soldier lunged, Velith's psyche bent reality around him, making his presence blur. The attack missed completely, as if the warrior had aimed at a ghost. With a flick of his shield, he redirected a fireball mid-air, sending it crashing into the enemy's own backline. The battlefield was his to command. But Psyche burned fast. He could feel the weight of his power pulling at his stamina, the constant battlefield manipulation draining him. Still, he pushed forward. Because beside him, Thalrun and Arixa were carving through the enemy like a force of nature. Scene 3. Thalrun's Dance of Death. Thalrun moved like flowing water, his rapier gliding effortlessly through the gaps in enemy armor. His elemental mana surged, each stroke enhancing his strikes. A Zenorian battle mage raised his staff. Thalron twisted, his rapier slicing through both the spell and the mage's throat in a single movement. Another mage launched a barrage of wind blades toward him. Thalron didn't move. Instead, he twirled his dagger, redirecting the wind spell with a flick of his wrist, sending the razor-sharp magic hurtling back toward its caster. The mage barely had time to scream before being sliced apart by his own attack. A spear came for his ribs. Thalron spun, his rapier deflecting the blow before he retaliated, running his blade through the soldier's heart. For every 3 warriors that rushed him, 3 fell. For every spell cast against him, it was turned back onto its owner. His half-elven agility and dwarven endurance made him untouchable, his swordplay borderline supernatural. Yet still, even he was beginning to slow. And so Arixa stepped in. Where Velith controlled the battle and Thalron weaved through it like a shadow, Arixa simply crushed it beneath her feet. Her warhammer, massive, unwieldy for most, moved in her hands as if weightless. Her system-blessing, unyielding rage turned her into an unstoppable force. Endless Kai, endless power, endless fury. Arixa didn't dodge, Arixa didn't retreat. She advanced. A Zenorian soldier, nearly twice her size, swung down at her. She caught his sword mid-swing with one hand. With zero hesitation, she crushed his skull beneath her hammer with the other. A trio of spearmen rushed in formation. She shattered all 3 weapons with a single horizontal swing. Fireballs rained toward her. She simply ran through them, the flames licking at her armor but never slowing her steps. She wasn't fighting, she was annihilating. And together, with Velith's battlefield control, Thalron's precision swordplay, and Arixa's devastating might, they turned toward the next Titan. It saw them coming. It adjusted its stance, locking onto the 3 warriors. But Velith reached out, bending its movement just half a second too slow. Thalron lunged forward, his rapier slicing into the Titan's exposed mana circuits. Arixa leapt into the air, her Kai-infused hammer raised high. And then she brought it down. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. The Titan collapsed. For a moment, silence. Then a thunderous cheer erupted from the orc ranks. But the 3 warriors did not celebrate, because they were tired. Velith's psyche was draining him fast. Thalron's mana reserves were running low. Arixa's muscles burned, her Kai struggling to keep up. And that was when Thane Vulgaris and Commander Dresk finally moved. Thane Vulgaris, the massive gorilla beastfolk, drew his weapon. A massive rune-etched great sword, ornate and black as the void. Dresk the lion beastfolk followed, his own blade humming with dark energy. The battlefield grew quiet as the Zenorian forces stepped back, watching their leader descend toward the battlefield. Vulgaris cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he took his first step forward. So, he muttered, almost amused. They weren't so weak after all. He lifted his sword, pointing it at Velith, Thalron, and Arixa. You 3 have done a lot to piss me off. You slaughtered many of my men and managed to fell one of my engines. But let's see if you 3 can survive me. The final phase of the war had begun. Chapter 70. The Tyrant Enters the Battlefield. Chapter 70. The Tyrant Enters the Battlefield. The battlefield, once filled with the roaring chaos of war, stilled. It wasn't silence, not exactly. The clang of steel, the cries of dying men, and the crackling of burning debris still rang across the broken landscape. But something had changed. The shift was immediate, a cold wave of realization washing over both armies. Zenorian soldiers, who had moments ago been faltering against the devastating might of Velith, Arixa, and Thalron, now found their footing. Hope returned to their faces, confidence bloomed in their ranks. And the orcs? Their momentum died. It wasn't fear, not entirely. The orcs were warriors, bred for battle, born for war. They had stood against overwhelming odds and held. But this was different. Because he had arrived. Thane Vulgaris stepped onto the battlefield. His massive greatsword rested across his broad shoulders, its blackened runes pulsing with an unnatural glow. His armor, dark steel and red cloth, shimmered slightly, infused with battle-hardened mana. His stance was casual, almost disinterested. Yet every warrior on the battlefield felt his presence. Beside him, Commander Dresk strode forward, his own blade humming with power. Unlike his liege, he made no show of casual confidence. His eyes were sharp, his stance coiled, his intent clear. Kill. The battlefield shifted around them. Zenorian soldiers roared, their lines reformed, their broken formations tightening, their battered morale restored in an instant. The orc warriors, who had chanted Marcus's name, felt the weight of reality settle over them. This was no longer just a battle. This was judgment. Velith wiped a hand across his brow, his breath ragged. His psychic control had kept the battlefield in check for as long as he could, redirecting attacks, controlling movement, shifting probability itself. But he was drained. His knees wobbled slightly before he steadied himself, planting his shield into the ground. His psyche waves still pulsed outward, but they were weaker now. Arixa cracked her neck, rolling her shoulders as her kai still burned hot in her core. But even she could feel it. Her body was reaching its limit. Unyielding rage kept her standing, kept her fighting, kept her moving. But her stamina wasn't endless. Thalron, his rapier slick with blood, exhaled sharply. The half-elf, half-dwarf warrior had been cutting through enemy mages with precise, brutal efficiency. But his mana reserves were dangerously low. Every spell, every counter, every perfectly timed elemental-infused strike had cost him. And now he was running out of time. Then they felt it. Vulgaris lifted his greatsword from his shoulders. He took one step forward, and the air shook. Psyche pressure, thick and suffocating, crashed down upon the battlefield. Velith staggered. It was like being thrown into an ocean storm, the very air resisting his ability to move. Arixa growled, the kai around her flaring violently in response. "Tch, you're heavier than you look." Thalron frowned, flipping his dagger in his grip. This might be a problem. Vulgaris smirked. Come on then, impress me. Velith moved first. With a burst of remaining psyche, he sent out a shockwave, attempting to redirect Vulgaris's stance, to tilt him off balance for even a fraction of a second. It didn't work. Vulgaris didn't shift, didn't bend, didn't even flinch. Instead he swung, his great sword carved through the air like a reaper's scythe. Velith barely raised his shield in time. Boom. Velith was sent flying. The impact folded him into the dirt like a hammer striking an anvil. Arixa lunged, her kai-infused hammer crashing down toward Vulgaris's exposed side. Vulgaris lifted his free hand and caught it. Caught. It. The ground beneath them split from the force. Arixa's eyes widened. What? He twisted. Arixa felt herself lifted, her own momentum used against her as Vulgaris threw her across the battlefield. She landed hard, rolling through broken stone, her ki flaring violently to stabilize her. But it hurt. It had been a long time since anything had hurt. Thalron dashed in, his rapier glowing with condensed wind mana. His dagger in his other hand crackled with lightning. Vulgaris swung his greatsword, a massive telegraphed attack. Too slow. Thalron stepped past it, his rapier slicing toward Vulgaris's throat. And then the greatsword changed direction, mid-swing. Thalron barely had time to register the sudden shift in momentum before he was forced to retreat, dodging a blow that should have been impossible to recover from. What the hell kind of brute had that much control? Dresk moved next. The commander was faster, smarter, more refined. While Vulgaris played with them, Dresk aimed to kill. His sword clashed against Thalron's, the impact sending shockwaves through their bodies. Velith rose from the dirt. Arixa forced herself up. Thalron exhaled. This wasn't working. They weren't winning. They were surviving. And barely. Inside the stronghold, Marcus felt the shift. Even without looking, he could feel it. The battlefield, which had once been tilted in their favor, had snapped back against them. Velith, Arixa, Thalron. They were losing, and Vulgaris was playing with them. Marcus, Stem's voice entered his mind, steady but strained. I've done everything I can. The psycha poison is gone, but your body is still recovering. Marcus exhaled, his fingers clenched. I don't have time to recover. Vera, flipping through her grimoire, suddenly stopped. Her eyes flashed with realization. I have something. She looked at him. It won't heal you fully, but it'll get you back on your feet. Boruk and Ragn burst into the war room, dragging a battered Miran inside. The orc chieftain, barely conscious, saw Marcus standing. Miran grinned. About damn time. Boruk crossed his arms. If you're getting up, make it count. Marcus rolled his shoulders. His body still ached. The poison had done its damage. But he was still standing. He grabbed his spiked gauntlets, tightening them over his hands. His next words came out like a growl. I think it's time I reminded Vulgaris why I'm a problem. And then he stepped forward. Chapter 71, The Comeback Kid. Chapter 71, The Comeback Kid. The Zenorian soldiers felt it before they saw it. A shift in the battlefield. A suffocating electric charge in the air, as if the very atmosphere had thickened. And then, a body fell from the sky. No, not a body, a meteor. A figure wreathed in kai and crackling with raw mana plummeted from the heavens, fists glowing with volatile fire mana. Marcus Elder, then a deafening boom. The impact was catastrophic. The battlefield erupted in a shockwave of kai-infused force, sending soldiers flying like leaves caught in a storm. The very ground fractured beneath him, jagged fissures racing outward, flames devouring the Zenorian front lines in pure destruction. The last siege titan, towering above the carnage, began to turn. Too late. Marcus was already there. He surged forward, his form a blur, moving faster than the eye could track. He leapt, his fists glowing with spiraling currents of void mana and kai, twisting together in a violent storm of energy. One punch. That's all it took. His fist tore through the titan's core, energy erupting from the impact like a miniature sun going supernova. The behemoth collapsed in a molten heap, its once indestructible form now nothing but glowing slag. Silence. The Zenorian forces froze. The orc warriors roared. A single figure stood atop the wreckage of the fallen titan, fists clenched, eyes burning with focused fury. The spell fist had returned. Marcus launched himself from the wreckage, a blur of motion. The Zenorian soldiers barely had time to react. He slid through their ranks like a phantom, his spatial footwork making him untouchable. A sword aimed for his spine, he ducked, twisted, and caved in the attacker's ribs with a brutal body shot. Another soldier lunged. Marcus slipped inside his guard, grabbed his wrist, and shattered his arm with a flick of his own. A battle mage unleashed a barrage of fire. Marcus weaved through the spell's trajectory, appearing before the caster before they even realized their mistake. A single uppercut sent the mage flying skyward, their body limp before they even hit the ground. More came, a wall of shields, a tight formation of armored warriors trying to box him in. Marcus exhaled sharply, and then he moved. His fists became blurs, each strike a shockwave of raw power, shattering steel, breaking bones, folding armor inward like crumpled parchment. In mere seconds, the formation collapsed. The Zenorian front lines shattered beneath the weight of Marcus Elder. While Marcus tore through the battlefield, a new force entered the fray. Boruk, Ragn, and Vera. Velith, Arixa, and Thalron were battered, barely holding on as Vulgaris advanced. But before he could deal the final blow, Boruk's axe crashed into Dresk's blade, stopping the commander's strike inches from Arixa's throat. Not today, Boruk growled, his sheer strength forcing Dresk backward. Ragn appeared behind him, twin blades flashing in the dim light as he struck. Dresk twisted, barely avoiding a fatal blow, but Ragan's speed was suffocating, pressing him back. "You're not getting past us," Ragan sneered. Meanwhile, Vera rushed forward, her grimoire already open. "Hold still," she commanded, her fingers weaving complex mana-infused sigils. A wave of healing light washed over Velith, Arixa, and Thalron. Arixa inhaled sharply, her kai surging back into her battered body. "Took you long enough," she muttered, rolling her shoulders. Velith wiped the blood from his lips, exhaling slowly. "Back in control," he murmured, his psyche sharpening once more. Thalron flexed his fingers, his mana stabilized. "All right," he said, twirling his rapier's broken remains. "Let's even this out." With their strength restored, they turned back to the battlefield, and then Marcus faced the Thane. The battlefield stilled as the two warriors stood opposite each other. The crackling fires, the distant clashes of swords, the howls of injured men and beasts, all of it faded into the background. Marcus rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck as he fixed his gaze on Thane Vulgaris. The man before him wasn't just powerful, he was a force of nature. His psyche presence was oppressive, heavy like an iron cage around Marcus's senses, suffocating and unavoidable. Vulgaris tilted his head, studying him with an almost lazy curiosity. The black greatsword rested easily against his shoulder, its runes pulsing dimly with latent energy. "So," Vulgaris finally said, voice deep and unhurried, "what do you think you can do against me, boy? You will not stop the destruction of this stronghold." Marcus didn't respond. Instead, he moved. A straight punch, his fastest, aimed directly for the Thane's sternum. Mana crackled, kai flared. Blocked. Vulgaris caught his fist with his bare hand. The force of the blow should have torn through a mountain, but Vulgaris didn't so much as flinch. The ground beneath them shattered, fractures splitting outward in all directions. But the Thane's stance remained unchanged. Marcus's eyes widened just before Vulgaris countered. A palm strike to the chest. Fast, precise, unavoidable. Marcus barely had time to brace before his ribs compressed, the shockwave launching him through the battlefield like a cannonball. Boom! He crashed through a ruined wall, his body skidding across the ground, breaking through debris before finally coming to a halt. Dust and rubble settled around him as his vision flickered, his lungs struggling for air. But Vulgaris was already there. A shadow loomed over him. The greatsword came down. Marcus rolled, just in time. The black steel cleaved through the earth, carving a trench deep enough to bury a man alive. Marcus pushed off the ground, propelling himself upward just as Vulgaris swung horizontally. The greatsword howled through the air, narrowly missing him by inches. Even the wind pressure burned his skin. He countered, his fist shot forward, kai enhanced, aimed for Vulgaris's chin. Vulgaris shifted, parried with the back of his hand. Marcus's punch connected, but it felt like striking a fortress wall. The Thane barely budged. Marcus stepped backward, creating distance, but Vulgaris did not allow it. The air exploded as the Thane vanished. No wasted movement, no dramatic build-up. He simply moved, covering the space between them in an instant. Marcus's eyes snapped wide. No time to dodge. A shoulder check. Marcus felt his ribs compress again, his vision momentarily blacking out as he was sent airborne. He barely registered the sky above before he hit the ground. Hard. His entire body bounced, rolled, before finally skidding to a stop, coughing blood into the dirt. He tried to move. His body didn't respond. Vulgaris exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "You stupid boy, you thought you could stand against kings." Marcus tried to push himself up. His arms trembled. The Thane approached. The battlefield watched in silence. And then, for a moment, Marcus wasn't on the battlefield. He was back in the ring, his old world. The musty scent of sweat, blood, and chalk filled the air. The roar of the crowd, the blinding spotlights, all of it was familiar. And the pain. God, the pain. He hit the mat for the third time. His chest heaved, every breath a struggle. His arms felt like lead, his legs like concrete pillars that refused to lift. His ribs burned with every inhale. Across from him, his opponent loomed. A fighter that was just too good, too fast, too strong. "Stay down, kid," someone in the corner muttered. "You can't win this." The referee's voice sounded distant. The count had begun. 1. His fingers twitched. 2. Marcus squeezed his eyes shut. He could quit. 3. No one would blame him. 4. But then, a flicker of something inside him, a memory even older than the fight. Fighters don't quit. His coach's voice, a man whose fists had seen more battles than most could dream of. Doesn't matter how strong the other guy is. Marcus gritted his teeth. Doesn't matter how much it hurts. 5. Doesn't matter how many times you fall. Marcus's fingers curled into fists. Because if you rise one more time. 6. You're still in the fight. The haze lifted. His body screamed, but his mind was clear, and as the referee counted 7, Marcus stood, and something changed. The exhaustion, the pain. It vanished. His body moved before he could think. His senses sharpened. His reaction time wasn't just fast, it was perfect. It was as if he had become fighting itself. No doubt, no hesitation, no fear. Only instinct. The battlefield rushed back into focus. Marcus opened his eyes. He was still alive. Vulgaris stood over him, still advancing. Marcus exhaled. He rolled his shoulders, cracked his knuckles, and then he dropped into a stance. Not rigid, not forced, loose, relaxed, at ease. For the first time since arriving in this world, Marcus felt weightless. A system notification appeared. New ability acquired, flow state. When instincts take over, hesitation disappears. Speed, reaction time, and combat awareness increased drastically for a short period. Marcus smirked. He settled his feet, bounced slightly on his toes, and then he moved. A blur, a shadow, an unstoppable force. The fight wasn't over. It had only just begun. Chapter 72. The Breaking of a Warlord. Chapter 72. The Breaking of a Warlord. Boruk led the charge. The battle against Commander Dresk erupted in full force, a brutal coordinated assault between Boruk, Vera, Ragan, Thalron, Violeth, and Arixa. They were battered, exhausted, but far from broken. The weight of the war, the bloodshed, the fallen, it all came down to this. Dresk's sword shimmered with dark energy, his psyche-laced aura warping the battlefield around him. Every strike he made left fractures in the air, distortions that disoriented those who got too close. But Boruk was undeterred. With a guttural war cry, the orc warrior swung his war axe, the sheer brute force clashing against Dresk's dark psyche-enhanced blade. Sparks erupted as metal met metal, the impact sending shockwaves across the battlefield. "Press him," Boruk bellowed, his stance unshaken despite Dresk's overwhelming strength. Vera followed his lead, darting around the enemy commander like a crimson blur. She capitalized on the moments Boruk forced Dresk into a defensive stance, her wind blades carving quick, precise arcs aimed for weak points in Dresk's armor. Dresk twisted, his blade a blur of counterattacks, but Ragan was already there. He lunged from behind, his twin daggers flashing in the firelight, aiming for the tendons in Dresk's exposed side. Dresk barely turned in time, deflecting Ragan's strike with a sharp backhand swing, but the delay was enough. Thalron moved. The half-elf's rapier and dagger struck in tandem, elemental mana dancing across his blades. A streak of ice, a flash of flame, an arc of wind, all combining in a perfectly calculated assault. Dresk's movements slowed as the elements clashed against his psyche barrier. Velith reinforced their attack, his psyche bending the battlefield itself. Dresk's footing slipped ever so slightly, his next counterattack missing its mark. Arixa struck. The warhammer hit like a mountain collapsing, the weight of unyielding rage driving the force behind it. Dresk's armor bent inward, the force of the impact sending him skidding back for the first time since the battle began. A fissure of dust and debris rose where he had been standing. Boruk grinned, gripping his axe tighter. He's feeling it now. Dresk exhaled sharply, his eyes flicking between them. His confidence, once unshaken, was beginning to crack. For the first time, he was being overwhelmed. The battlefield seemed silent around them. Where once there had been the clash of steel and the roar of warriors, now there was only the wind, hot, thick with the stench of smoke and blood, swirling between two men locked in battle. Marcus stood, fists raised, flow state guiding his every breath, his every movement. Across from him, Thane Vulgaris remained standing, the embodiment of unshaken dominance. The two warriors studied each other, every muscle coiled like a steel cable, ready to snap. And then they moved. A flicker, Marcus vanished from his spot. His foot barely touched the ground before he launched himself forward, Kai exploding in his legs, driving his momentum with unstoppable speed. His right hook came first. Sharp, calculated, aimed directly for Vulgaris's jaw. Blocked. Vulgaris's forearm snapped up, absorbing the blow. The impact shattered the ground beneath him, but he didn't budge. Marcus twisted mid-air, his left fist shooting toward the ribs. A crackling charge of lightning, mana infused his knuckles, warping the air around it. Countered. Vulgaris didn't just block, he redirected. A subtle shift of his arm sent Marcus's strike glancing off, the force dispersing into the air instead of landing flush. Marcus touched the ground for barely a second before he disappeared again, weaving around the Thane, his footwork liquid, unreadable. A sudden burst of spatial footwork, an impossible step, and he was already behind Vulgaris. A devastating uppercut. Kai surged through Marcus's arm, his fist blurring as it soared toward the Thane's exposed chin. Only for Vulgaris to turn, Marcus's fist collided with an open palm. The warlord had caught it. And then, Vulgaris gripped Marcus's wrist. Marcus's instincts flared, warning him, too late. Vulgaris twisted, hurling Marcus like a ragdoll. The air shattered as Marcus was whipped through the battlefield, his body colliding with a stone pillar, the sheer force of the throw sending cracks spiderwebbing through the structure. He barely had time to breathe before Vulgaris was already there. A blackened boot crashed into Marcus's ribs. Boom! The shockwave alone sent him through the wall, his body ragdolling across the dirt, skidding through the rubble before he caught himself, rolling onto one knee, panting, shaking, bleeding. But he was still up. Vulgaris strode forward. I see now, he mused, wiping a thin streak of blood from his lip. You're better than most. Marcus spat a mixture of blood and grit. You talk too much. The Thane's expression darkened. And you're still too weak. Vulgaris moved, faster than he should have been able to. A fist crashed into Marcus's gut, folding him over. He barely saw the next strike, an elbow to the spine, a knee to the ribs, a backhand to the jaw. Each blow was brutal, sending Marcus careening across the battlefield, the dirt carving trenches beneath him. He couldn't win like this. Vulgaris wasn't just strong, he was overwhelming. Every attack was perfect. Every counter, instinctive, every movement refined from decades of battle. Marcus pushed himself up, his vision swimming, his body screamed, his chest burning. Then Stem's voice echoed in his mind. You've held back for too long. Your body can handle it. Feel the power in you. Let your mana, Kai, and Psyche spill. Unleash everything. Marcus exhaled, and then he let go. Every ounce of Kai, mana, and Psyche rushed from him like a wave. The energies swirled around the battlefield like a gale wind, coalescing, turning into one. Marcus inhaled. And the energy crashed back into him. With an exhale, he opened his eyes and assessed himself. For the first time, his ki, mana, and Psyche balanced perfectly. It didn't just feel like using his energy. It felt like creating something new. A sudden pulse of energy erupted from Marcus's core, a phenomenon never seen before. His Kai, normally raw and explosive, began to fold into his mana, weaving through the magical circuits in his body, sharpening its control. His mana, once volatile, melded into his Psyche, reinforcing his very spirit, making his intent absolute. And his Psyche, the hardest to tame, found discipline through his Kai, turning raw instinct into divine precision. The three forces, normally separate, unyielding in their individual natures, melded together into something greater. A new force. Marcus felt everything, the vibrations in the air as Vulgaris took his next step. The invisible shift in gravity as his stance adjusted, the pulse of magic in the ground, the trickle of energy flowing through every soldier around them. Nothing was hidden from him. Vulgaris froze. For the first time, the warlord hesitated. Marcus vanished. No hesitation, no doubt, no fear, just perfect motion. His fist slammed into Vulgaris's ribs. A ripple of pure destruction exploded outward. Vulgaris staggered. Marcus was already moving again. A right hook, so fast it distorted the air. Vulgaris barely raised his arm in time to block. Marcus phased through his own afterimage. The real punch landed directly in his jaw. A stiff straight crashed into his gut. A left hook smashed into his temple. A car-laced right cross boomed through his guard, sending him skidding backward. Thane Vulgaris fell to a knee, stunned, confusion, silence. The battlefield froze. The Thane couldn't remember the last time he had been forced to his knees. Vulgaris exhaled, tasting blood in his mouth. He looked up at Marcus. He expected death. But Marcus stepped back. He didn't strike the final blow. Vulgaris's eyes narrowed. "You hesitate?" Marcus exhaled sharply, his stance relaxing. "No," he said simply, "death is too easy." Vulgaris frowned. Marcus wiped the blood from his lip. "You did everything to crush the orcs, to make sure they could never grow." He gestured toward the battlefield, toward the orc stronghold that still stood. "But you failed." Vulgaris' expression darkened. Marcus smirked. "Killing you means nothing. You are nothing, and now I command you to watch this stronghold grow into something greater than you could ever imagine." He tilted his head. "That's a real punishment." The Thane stared at him for a long, silent moment. Then he departed. Without a word, the Zenorian forces followed. The war was over. Marcus exhaled. A feeling of accomplishment washed over him. Before, his body finally gave out, and darkness took him. Chapter 73, Just a Little Nap. Chapter 73, Just a Little Nap. A soft hum filled the void. Marcus floated in a space that wasn't quite real, yet it felt more solid than any battlefield he had ever stood upon. Around him, the air shimmered, forming intricate patterns of glowing glyphs and shifting data streams, stretching infinitely in all directions. They moved like living things, pulsing, reforming, breaking apart, then rebuilding in an endless cycle. He recognized some of the symbols, vague remnants of the system's interface, familiar yet different. The rest, alien, ancient, unreadable. And then, in the center of it all, a figure stood. A faceless humanoid, its entire form composed of swirling, cascading digital code, carefully reconstructing fractured constructs around them. The being's hands moved with precise efficiency, repairing invisible cracks, stabilizing chaotic fluctuations, its motions as fluid as a master sculptor at work. Marcus took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the shifting plane, the figure stopped. It turned. A voice, familiar yet distant, spoke. "Finally awake?" Marcus frowned. The voice was emotionless, but the tone, he knew it well. "Stem?" The being's faceless head tilted slightly before nodding. "Correct." Marcus exhaled, stepping closer. "Where the hell are we?" Stem's form flickered momentarily, as if considering the question. "We are in your mind, or rather, the space where I interface with you." Marcus glanced around. The shifting glyphs, the constantly reforming pathways, the pulsing light. It all felt so strange, yet intrinsically connected to him. "So what exactly are you doing?" Marcus asked. Stem raised a hand, gesturing toward a massive broken construct in the distance. Thousands of tiny glowing fragments hovered around it, clicking together piece by piece like a shattered artifact being slowly, meticulously rebuilt. "Mending." Stem's tone was methodical, yet there was a hint of something else. Satisfaction. Fascination. "Your body was critically damaged. Your internal energy pathways were destabilized, your nervous system overloaded, your bones fractured, and your muscles torn beyond conventional healing." Stem's glowing fingers made another calculated motion, shifting a string of data. I have been reconstructing you, carefully repairing your internal circuits, ensuring a complete recovery. It was necessary to keep you unconscious until the process was finished. Marcus blinked. Wait, you healed me. Stem's flickering form nodded. Yes. Marcus stared for a moment, realization settling in. You've never done anything like this before, have you? A pause. Then, no. Marcus exhaled. Damn. That's impressive. He folded his arms. How does it even work? Stem's faceless head tilted slightly, as if contemplating how best to explain. I have discovered something unexpected. The glowing constructs around them pulsed in rhythm as Stem continued. The system and this world's magic are not the same. They operate independently, though they intersect in ways that are not fully understood. Marcus's brows furrowed. What does that mean? Stem raised a hand, forming a small holographic projection of Marcus's own energy pathways. Tiny streams of Kai, mana, and Psyche flowed through his body, moving separately at first, until they converged, blending into a new, unified force. The system enhances and categorizes power, but the magic of this world exists outside of it. By healing you, I have come to understand this distinction more clearly. You are not simply growing within the system's framework. Stem's glowing fingers traced along the projection, emphasizing where the energies wove together. You are transcending it. Marcus took a breath. His mind swam with the implications. Stem, this entire time, had been bound by his connection to Marcus. But now, by healing him, he had learned something new. Marcus ran a hand through his hair. All right, that's a lot to take in. But first, how long have I been out? Stem flickered. Then, time is not a concept here. Marcus deadpanned. Really? Stem remained silent for a second longer than necessary before adding, however, I lack external perception without you. I do not know the exact duration. Marcus sighed. So you're saying it's time for me to wake up? Stem nodded. With a slow, deliberate motion, Stem reached toward the final glowing construct, placing the last piece into position. A pulse of energy erupted through the space. Wake up, Marcus. A rush of light, heat, and sensation crashed over him. And then, Marcus woke up. His eyes snapped open. The dim glow of lantern light flickered above him, casting warm shadows across the stone ceiling. He took a slow, deep breath. The air smelled clean, fresh, real. His fingers twitched. His arms felt lighter, his body healed, whole. And then he noticed her. Vera. She was seated in a chair beside his bed, her arms folded over the mattress, her head resting against them. Her breathing was slow, steady, asleep. Marcus blinked, adjusting to the dim light. Then, as if sensing his movement, Vera stirred. Her crimson eyes fluttered open, focusing on him, at first groggy, then wide with realization. Marcus? He gave her a tired smirk. Morning, sunshine. Vera stared. For a moment she looked like she didn't believe what she was seeing. Then, without warning, she lunged forward, grabbing his face and kissing him. Marcus froze for a split second. Then he leaned in. The warmth of her lips, the press of her body against his, it was real. No second thoughts, no hesitation. For once, he didn't question it. When they finally pulled apart, Vera rested her forehead against his, her breath uneven. You were out for 3 weeks, you idiot, she murmured. Marcus exhaled, a small smile tugging at his lips. Guess I needed the nap. Vera huffed a laugh, shaking her head. Yeah, well, next time don't make me wait so long. Marcus chuckled. No promises. A comfortable silence settled between them. Then, a familiar gruff voice broke the moment. Hey, you two! Marcus turned his head. Grek stood in the doorway. The goblin merchant grinned, arms crossed, a pouch of coins jingling at his hip. Good to see you back among the living, Marcus, Grek said, his sharp eyes flicking between the two of them. Then his smirk widened. Hope Grek is not interrupting anything. Vera groaned, covering her face. Marcus just laughed. 3 weeks had passed. The stronghold had changed. But for now he was home. Chapter 74. The Foundations of a City. Chapter 74, The Foundations of a City. Marcus stretched, rolling his shoulders as he took his first real steps outside since waking up. The morning sun bathed the stronghold in warm light, casting long shadows against the stone walls and newly reinforced structures. The air smelled of earth, sweat, and progress. The scent of a place not just surviving, but growing. Beside him, Vera and Grek walked in stride. Vera, arms crossed but noticeably more relaxed, pointed out subtle but significant changes. Grek, ever the opportunist, was already taking mental stock of the developments. 3 weeks, huh? Marcus muttered, glancing around. Looks like you guys were busy. Vera smirked. Busy is an understatement. They passed what had once been a makeshift wooden barricade, now replaced with sturdy stone walls, built with a mix of orc labor and magically assisted construction. Throughout the stronghold, no, the city, people of all races worked together. Orcs, goblins, beastfolk, even elves, hauling materials, setting foundations, reinforcing defenses. Marcus took it all in. So when did the stronghold start turning into a damn city? Vera gave a small shrug, eyes scanning the bustling streets. Honestly, ever since you claimed the dungeon for us, Miran always wanted to make this place more than just a war camp, but he didn't expect things to move this fast. She turned to face Marcus. When you didn't wake up, Miran wanted your input. But he didn't wait around for long. He understood what you went through, and you needed to recover. We started with just repairs, but then he started thinking long-term. He said, if we just rebuild, we'll always be at risk of someone trying to knock us down again. So, with the gifts that Marcus has bestowed upon us, instead we build something greater. Marcus let out a low whistle. Miran's not messing around. Grek chuckled, his sharp goblin eyes gleaming. And speaking of building something greater, Grek's arrival, not a coincidence. Marcus turned to him, brow raised. Grek grinned, puffing his chest out. I was invited, by none other than Miran himself. He's planning to make Grek the official trade representative of the Stronghold, soon-to-be city. Marcus blinked. Wait, you? The official trade rep? Grek placed a hand on his chest with a sense of pride. Who else? Grek has connections. Grek knows how to negotiate, and let's be honest, nobody haggles better than a goblin. Grek is more than happy with this potential arrangement. Never really had a place to call home or, at least a headquarters. Vera smirked. For once, he's not wrong. Marcus rubbed his jaw. A trade hub. That was big. So what's the plan? What's the first thing you're bringing in? Supplies for now. Weapons, refined metals, enchanted tools, grains, even a few alchemical goods. But in the long run, Grek's grin widened. Luxury, spices, exotic textiles, rare mana crystals. Grek will turn this place into a city people want to visit, not just one they need. Marcus shook his head, laughing. You really don't waste time, do you? Time is money, Grek said sagely. As they walked further, Marcus's thoughts drifted. The stronghold was rising from the ashes, but what of its greatest enemy? He turned to Vera. What about Vulgaris? After the war, did he just leave? Vera's playful demeanor dimmed slightly. At first I was furious that you let him go, she admitted. He destroyed our home, tried to wipe us out. And you let him walk. Marcus sighed, rubbing his neck. I know. She exhaled through her nose. But I get it now. Her gaze turned toward the growing city. You weren't just thinking about revenge. You wanted him to see us rise despite him. Marcus nodded. Killing him would have been easy, but making him watch as everything he tried to crush thrives? That's real punishment. Vera scoffed. You're lucky that makes sense. Otherwise I'd have punched you. Grek smirked. Could still punch him, you know, just for good measure. Marcus chuckled. I'll pass. As they neared the central keep, two figures approached from the main road. Thalron, ever composed, gave a small nod of greeting. His well-forged armor gleamed under the sunlight, weapons secured but always within reach. Beside him, Philia, the headmaster of Xenor's Adventurers Guild and Thalron's mother, surveyed the area with a sharp eye. Marcus, Thalron greeted, eyes flicking over him with subtle glee and relief. Good to see you among the living. Marcus clasped hands with him firmly. Needed a rest after carrying you and the other soldiers on my back in that last skirmish, he said with a smirk. Thalron shot back smoothly. Yeah. I thought you could use the workout. Marcus chuckled, but then tilted his head. What about Arixa and Veleth? Haven't seen them yet. Thalron exhaled, adjusting the strap of his sword. Arixa left, said she had personal business to take care of. Didn't say much else. Marcus frowned slightly. Personal business? Thalron nodded. That's all she said. And Veleth? He shook his head. That guy's as mysterious as ever. Just said, I'll be around, and left it at that. Marcus let out a short laugh. Sounds about right. Philia, meanwhile, had her eyes on the stronghold. No, the city. This place, she murmured almost to herself. This isn't a fortress anymore, it's becoming a city. Vera folded her arms. That was the idea. Thalron nodded. Which is why we're here. Miran invited us for a formal meeting. One of the topics? Establishing an official Adventurers Guild branch here. Marcus raised an eyebrow. A guild branch? Philia nodded. The city is growing, fast. If it's going to be a major trade hub, it needs an Adventurers Guild presence. Mercenaries, quests, contracts. It all comes with expansion. Thalron smirked slightly. Bigger than you think. If this city succeeds, it changes the entire region. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, also, orcs have a thing called First Lunch. Apparently it's their biggest meal of the day, even bigger than dinner. I'm definitely trying it. Marcus raised an eyebrow, amused. You planning to eat like an orc now? Thalron smirked. You kidding? This is research. Got to understand the culture, right? Marcus chuckled. Can't argue with that. Grek, still grinning, nudged Marcus with an elbow. Speaking of meetings, should we tell Myran and the others you're awake? Marcus exhaled, shaking his head with a small smirk. Probably should, huh? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Marcus walked with his friends toward the stronghold's central keep. No, not a stronghold anymore. A city. Miran's planning conference was about to begin, and Marcus Elder was back in the game. Chapter 75. The Council of the Rising City. Chapter 75. The Council of the Rising City. The council hall, once a war room filled with battle-worn maps, dented weapon racks, and the lingering scent of sweat and steel, had been reshaped. The long wooden tables now bore parchments filled with city plans, ink pots for official documentation, and wooden carvings of proposed expansions. Torches burned steadily along the stone walls, their warm glow casting flickering light over the gathered figures, each of them a key player in the future of the stronghold, or rather, the future city. Marcus stepped inside, his boots echoing against the polished stone floor. Despite his weeks of unconsciousness, he felt no hesitation, only the weight of expectation pressing down on him. His 3-week slumber had not paused history. If anything, it had only sped forward, leaving him to catch up. At the head of the long central table, Miran stood, his golden eyes sharp yet welcoming. The chieftain was clad in ceremonial armor, its etched runes shimmering faintly under the torchlight. Though still the dominant force in the room, Miran had clearly evolved beyond just a warlord. He now bore the weight of a ruler. As Marcus approached, Miran motioned for him to take a seat. Good to see you standing, Marcus. His voice carried across the chamber, firm but measured. You shook the world, and now we have to build something strong enough to withstand what comes next. Marcus exhaled, pulling out a chair and sinking into it. No pressure, huh? A few chuckles rippled through the room, but the air remained heavy with seriousness. Miran surveyed the gathered leaders before speaking again. 3 weeks ago, we stood on the brink of annihilation. The Thanes sought to erase us, but we fought, we endured, and we survived. His fingers traced the edge of the war table. That is not enough. The room fell silent. Survival means waiting for the next threat. Strength means ensuring that we are never put in that position again. Miran leaned forward, his golden gaze sweeping across the room. We will not be a people waiting for war. We will be a city that stands its ground. His words hung in the air. We have decisions to make, and they start today. The council hall was packed with figures of influence, each representing a vital aspect of the city's foundation. Miran, the chieftain and de facto ruler, presiding over the meeting. Baruch and Ragn, representing the military, focused on defense and security. Vera and Yara, trusted advisors, representing internal governance and stability. Grek, the trade representative, advocating for economic growth and merchant relations. Thalron and Philia, representing the Adventurers Guild, negotiating the establishment of a branch in the city. Desmoin Hella, the Astorian Adventurers Guild leader, a human noble with slicked-back dark hair and piercing blue eyes. Traditionalist Orc elders, a faction resistant to too much change, believing in Orc traditions over outside influence. Each had a stake in what the stronghold would become, and each had their own vision. Miran outlined his proposal, a council of elders and representatives, a mix of military, trade, and diplomatic leaders, ensuring balance in governing the city. Miran stood at the head of the table, his golden eyes sweeping across the gathered leaders. His hands rested firmly on the table, his posture unwavering. For generations, we have been a warrior people. His voice was steady, deliberate. Strength determined leadership. The mightiest among us led, and that strength kept us alive. He exhaled, gaze shifting to the plans laid before them, parchments filled with diagrams of walls, trade routes, and structures that signified something beyond survival. But now, strength alone is not enough. If we are to become a city, we must wield more than weapons. The room fell silent, all eyes locked onto him. We need governance. That single word carried weight, sparking murmurs among the Orc elders, some of whom shifted uneasily. What kind of governance? One of them asked, arms crossed. We follow the strongest. That has always been our way. Boruk grunted, rolling his shoulders. A warrior's strength in battle does not always mean wisdom in leadership. Ragn smirked, but his eyes were sharp. If strength alone ruled, the Thane would still be standing. A low murmur of agreement rippled through the room, though not all looked convinced. Miran nodded, which is why I propose a council, not just a ruler. He pointed toward the gathered leaders. A city is not just a warband. We need warriors, yes, but also planners, traders, diplomats. We need a foundation that does not break when one leader falls. Miran motioned toward 3 core sections of governance he envisioned. The War Council oversees military defense, strategy, and security. Led by Boruk, with Ragn managing intelligence and scouting. The Trade and Infrastructure Council oversees economic growth, trade, resources, and city expansion, spearheaded by Grek as trade representative. The Civic Council oversees laws, justice, and diplomacy, ensuring the city remains stable as it grows. A balance between Orc tradition and the needs of a mixed-race city. Each would have representatives to balance power, preventing any one group from dominating the city's direction. Not everyone agreed. A council? One of the older Orcs, his tusks yellowed with age, scoffed. You mean to have warriors bow to merchants? To spies? We are Orcs, not humans playing politics. Warriors should lead, as they always have. Another elder grumbled. Miran is our chieftain. He should rule as such. A few voices echoed agreement. Some Orcs had grown accustomed to following a single leader, and anything else felt weak. Grek, ever the opportunist, leaned forward with a sharp grin. And when Miran dies? The room went silent. Grek continued, No leader rules forever. Do you want your city to fall apart every time the strongest warrior gets himself killed? The bluntness of his words caused a few to bristle, but they did not refute him. Marcus, who had been silent until now, leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. A strong leader is great. His voice cut through the noise. Until they fall, or someone stronger comes knocking. The room's attention snapped to him. Marcus continued, his tone firm. If you want this place to last, it can't be built on just one person's strength. A council makes it stable. You don't just need warriors, you need planners, traders, scouts, and rule makers. You need balance. He exhaled. Where I come from, I've seen what happens when power isn't balanced properly. When a single leader holds all the power, the moment they fall, everything they built crumbles. But if power is shared, if different branches check and balance each other, then the city stands strong, no matter who leads. Miran's golden eyes gleamed with curiosity. Explain. Marcus sat forward, holding their attention. We divide governance into 3 branches, each responsible for a different aspect of leadership. Each one has its own power, but none can act without the others. First, the executive. This is the leadership that enforces laws, directs the military, and makes final decisions in times of crisis. A warlord, a chieftain, or a council of generals would oversee this. Baruch and the other warriors nodded, liking the sound of it. Second, the legislative. The ones who create and refine the laws, oversee trade, and ensure the city runs smoothly. Representatives from different guilds, trade unions, and influential figures would sit here. Greg's grin widened. Ah, now that is something I can get behind. Lastly, the judicial. This group ensures that both the military and the trade council act within the law. They oversee disputes, handle legal matters, and ensure that justice is upheld. The older orcs, who had seemed hesitant before, started murmuring among themselves. This wasn't just letting outsiders take control, it was structuring power so that it could not be abused. Marcus leaned back. This way, no one person or group rules everything. Each branch relies on the others. The warriors protect, the traders build wealth, and the law keeps order. Miran exhaled, considering it carefully. Baruch was nodding. I like it. It makes sense. Ragan grinned. It makes spying easier if people actually tell you what the rules are. Some of the elders were still uncertain, but the weight of reason was tipping against them. Finally, Miran stood. Then it settled. His voice carried the tone of finality. The council will govern, with representatives from each of the city's pillars. It was done. The stronghold was no more. A city had begun to take shape. Baruch stepped forward, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the table. The Thane is gone, but that doesn't mean the threats stop. His voice was low and firm. We need a standing army, not just warriors who fight when called, but full-time, trained soldiers. A true army. Ragan spoke next. Strength isn't just about an army. We need scouts, spies, and intelligence gathering. The Thane's forces will reorganize, and we need to know before they move. His name was formally put forth as Spy Master. Thalron smirked. Or you could just hire adventurers for the dirty work. That sparked debate. Should they rely on outsiders or build their own strength? Marcus weighed in. I'm with Baruch and Ragn. You need your own force. Adventurers can be useful, but you can't build security on people who can take their coin and leave. Miran nodded. Then we form the Guard, our first standing military force. Grek took the floor, rolling out a map of potential trade routes. This city doesn't just need walls and warriors, it needs trade. We have resources, ores, monster materials, crafted goods, but we need allies to grow. Desmoin Heller, the Astorian merchant lord, leaned forward, his blue eyes glinting. And allies cost coin, my friend. Some orc elders resisted, voices gruff and unyielding. We are warriors, not merchants. Marcus once again was asked to weigh in. Trade doesn't make you weak. His voice was clear, steady. It makes you valuable. The moment you have something others need, you stop being a target and start being a power. The council agreed. Grek would oversee trade negotiations, forming official merchant guilds within the city. With governance, security, and trade set in motion, only one thing remained. A name. The stronghold was no longer just a fortress. It was no longer merely a place of war and survival. It had evolved, stone by stone, decision by decision, into something greater. The city needed an identity that represented that transformation. Miran leaned forward, his golden eyes scanning the table. A fortress holds, a city thrives. He exhaled, rubbing his chin. This place needs a name fitting of what it's becoming. The room murmured with voices of consideration. It should honor our ancestors, one orc elder suggested. It must be something strong, Baruch added, crossing his arms. A name to make our enemies tremble, Ragn muttered with a smirk. Greg, ever the businessman, shrugged. Something marketable wouldn't hurt either. Vera tapped her fingers against the table, something that signifies rebirth, growth, a second chance. Then all eyes turned to Marcus. He hadn't said much during the naming discussion, but as they spoke, his mind drifted back. Not just to his battles here, not just to the bloodshed, but to his old home. A place far beyond this world. A place that stood as a symbol of resilience, of struggle, ambition, and reinvention. A place that, if you could survive in, you could survive anywhere. Marcus leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. He let the weight of the moment settle before he spoke. New York. The room fell silent for a moment. Moran blinked. New York. He tested the words on his tongue, repeating it slower this time. New York. The orc warriors exchanged glances, mulling over the unfamiliar sound. One of the elders, a battle-scarred orc with tusks worn down from years of war, grunted, sounds orcish. Another orc nodded, rolling the name in his mouth. Yes, strong, short, like a war cry. Boruk cracked a grin. New York. It does have a bite to it. Ragan smirked. Chutch, it's got an edge. Sounds like a place where only the tough survive. Even Greg tilted his head, considering. Has a sharpness to it. People will remember it. Moran exhaled, staring at Marcus. What does it mean? Marcus smirked, leaning back in his chair. It means... He paused for dramatic effect before grinning. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. The room rumbled with murmurs of approval. The orcs nodded, slamming their fists against the table in agreement. Vyra chuckled under her breath. Sounds fitting. Moran finally let out a deep, satisfied chuckle. He stood, placing his hands on the table. Then it settled. His voice was firm, carrying the weight of finality. From this day forward, this place is no longer just a stronghold. He looked around at his people, at the warriors, the traders, the guild members, and Marcus himself. Welcome to New York. A thunderous roar erupted from the gathered orcs and warriors. Fists slammed against the table, voices bellowed the name, and the chamber shook with the declaration of a new era. Marcus sat back, arms crossed, watching it all unfold. The city was born. Chapter 76, New York, New York. Chapter 76, New York, New York. The first morning in New York dawned crisp and golden, sunlight spilling over the fortified walls and bustling streets. The sounds of a city in progress filled the air. Hammer strikes against steel, merchants calling out their wares, the distant shouts of warriors sparring in the newly constructed training grounds. The scent of fresh-cut wood, metal, and cooking fires mixed in the air, filling the city with an energy that was alive. Marcus stood atop the main overlook of the keep, arms crossed, surveying it all. It was surreal. Just weeks ago, this had been a battleground, a place of blood, war, and desperation. Now it was growing, taking on a shape that wasn't just a stronghold, but a home. Footsteps approached behind him, heavy yet measured. Miran. The orc chieftain stopped beside him, his golden eyes flicking over the streets below. Even now, with his role shifting from warlord to ruler, his presence was undeniable, a force of nature, just like the city he now led. Not bad, huh? Miran muttered, arms resting on the railing as he took in the sight. Marcus exhaled. Yeah, kinda crazy to think about. Miran nodded, the corners of his lips tilting slightly. 3 weeks ago we fought to survive. Now we fight to build. His gaze sharpened, turning to Marcus. And you? What do you plan to fight for next? Marcus hesitated. He'd known this question was coming. He had felt it creeping up on him since the moment he woke up. I don't think I can stay here forever, he admitted, running a hand through his hair. Moran didn't look surprised. I figured as much. Marcus blinked. You did? Moran chuckled, shaking his head. Marcus, you are many things, but a politician is not one of them. He exhaled, his golden eyes gleaming. When you were blooded into the clan, you gained family and freedom. I never intended to shackle you to this city. Marcus turned to face him fully. So you wouldn't be pissed if I left for a while. Moran clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. If anything, I'd be pissed if you didn't. His voice carried weight, but there was understanding in it. You've done more for this city than most warriors do in a lifetime. You deserve to carve your own legend. Marcus smirked. I like the sound of that. Miran let out a low chuckle, looking back at the city. Then go, see the world. But don't forget, you have a home here, always. For the first time since waking up, Marcus felt truly free. The market square was the heartbeat of New York. Vendors peddled goods, some local, some foreign. Young orcs trained in the open courtyards, while goblins haggled over supply shipments. The city had grown past mere survival. Now it was thriving. Then, Marcus Elder. Marcus turned at the familiar voice and found Philia and Thalron standing before him. Philia, always composed yet commanding, studied him with a calculating gaze. Thalron, her son and future successor to Xenor's Adventurers Guild, stood at her side with a knowing smirk. You've been an adventurer for what? A couple months, Philia mused, crossing her arms. Yet somehow you've won a war and built a city. Marcus scratched his cheek. I mean, when you put it like that. With the authority of Xenor's Adventurers Guild headmaster, I'm officially promoting you from iron rank to steel rank. Marcus blinked. Wait, what? Thalron laughed. You didn't actually think you were still iron rank, did you? Marcus glanced at the new steel rank badge in his menu, the polished insignia glinting in the sunlight. Huh. Guess I'm moving up in the world. Philia smirked. Use it well. You'll need it. She turned to leave, but Thalron lingered. Come on, he said, nudging Marcus. Let's go break the news to your old party. They found Vera, Ragan, and Baruch at the newly constructed guild hall, deep in conversation. When Marcus approached, Vera's face lit up, but her expression quickly soured as she glared at Baruch and Ragan. What's going on? Marcus asked, sensing tension. Vera huffed, crossing her arms. These two are disbanding the party. Marcus blinked. Wait, what? Baruch exhaled. Not because we want to, but our new roles don't leave much room for adventuring. Ragan smirked. I'm officially New York's spy master now. Turns out keeping an entire city from getting blindsided is a full-time job. Baruch nodded. And I've been appointed as headmaster of the New York Adventurers Guild branch. Philia said I was the right fit, a gold-rank adventurer on the verge of promotion with the experience to lead. Marcus processed that. Damn, that's big. Vera clenched her fists. It just feels wrong. We fought together, survived together. It's hard to just end it. Baruch met her gaze, steady and resolute. We aren't ending anything. We're just fighting on a different battlefield. Ragan grinned. Besides, you two are still young. You've got a lot of growing left to do. Silence settled between them before, instinctively, they clasped their fists together, reciting their party's mantra one last time. Life is a fight. Death is a fight. But I fight with my party. Vera exhaled, smiling despite herself. All right, I accept it. But I still don't like it. Baruch chuckled. Didn't expect you to. Marcus smirked. Guess that means we're recruiting, huh? And then, Thalron clapped his hands together. Well, if it helps, I'm not technically bound by my guild duties. Marcus and Vera blinked. Thalron smirked. Which means I could join your party. Vera's lips parted. Wait, seriously? Marcus raised an eyebrow. You'd leave your training for this? Thalron shrugged. Not leave, just travel a bit. My mother trains me so I can one day take her place, but that doesn't mean I have to be glued to the guild all the time. Marcus grinned. All right, that's one down. Now we just need... Vera's eyes gleamed. Arixa. Marcus nodded. Arixa. They turned to Thalron. Do you know where she is? Thalron chuckled. She left on personal business before you woke up. But knowing her, she'll be around. Marcus cracked his knuckles. Then let's go find her. Vera smirked. This is going to be fun. With a new team forming, Marcus, Vera, and Thalron prepared for their next journey. New York was secure, but the world awaited them, and Marcus was ready. Chapter 77, Into the Wildlands. Chapter 77, Into the Wildlands. The wind carried the scent of fresh earth and untamed wilderness as Marcus, Vera, and Thalron ventured into the wildlands of Erindral, a sprawling, untamed region where the nomadic tribes of fauns, satyrs, centaurs, and minotaurs roamed. Unlike the fortified cities and structured kingdoms they had encountered before, this land was free and vast, comprised of rolling hills, dense forests, and winding rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Villages were built along natural paths, woven into the landscape rather than imposed upon it. The people here lived as part of the land, not apart from it. They had come for one reason, to find Arixa. Marcus had known that when she left, it wasn't just to disappear. She was looking for something, a piece of herself that had been missing for a long time. And if they were going to bring her back, they had to understand what she was looking for in the first place. Their first stop was a satyr settlement, nestled in the highlands, its structures carved into the hillsides and reinforced with woven roots and vines. As they approached, a pair of horned, goat-legged figures armed with carved wooden spears stepped into their path. Satyrs, tricksters, traders, and warriors in their own right. One of them, a broad-shouldered male with spiraling antlers and golden eyes, eyed them warily. "You lot don't look like traders. What brings you to the wildlands?" Marcus stepped forward, his posture relaxed but firm. "We're looking for someone, a woman named Arixa." The satyr raised an eyebrow. "Arixa," he crossed his arms. "Minotaur name, but you're all outsiders." Vera sighed. "She's not exactly full Minotaur." The satyr's eyes narrowed in curiosity, but Thalron cut in, offering a small pouch of silver coins, the universal language of cooperation. "We're not here to cause trouble. Just tell us if you've seen her." The satyr inspected the pouch, then gestured toward the village. "Talk to the elder. If anyone's seen her, it'll be him." Inside the village's central gathering lodge, a wizened satyr elder sat cross-legged atop a woven mat, surrounded by the swirling smoke of a burning herb. His fur was streaked with grey, and his curved horns were adorned with small metal rings, symbols of status among his people. He peered at Marcus with sharp, knowing eyes. "Arixa, yes. She passed through here not long ago." Marcus leaned forward. "Where did she go?" The elder chuckled, his deep voice like the rumbling of the earth. "You seek her, but do you know why she left?" Marcus hesitated. Vera frowned. She didn't say much, just that it was personal. The elder nodded. "She was searching for something, her bloodline." He tapped a gnarled staff against the floor. "Minotaurs and centaurs are proud people, but they are also bound by their traditions. Arixa is an anomaly." His golden eyes flicked between them. "She does not look like either of her people. She has no hooves, no horns. Yet she is both and neither." Marcus clenched his fists. He had never once thought of her as anything less than Arixa, as strong, bold, and fierce as anyone he had ever fought beside. But the way the elder spoke made him realize not everyone saw her that way. "She wanted answers," the elder continued, "and so she went to the Minotaur clans of the Broken Plains." Marcus stood. "Then that's where we're going." The elder smiled. "Good. But be warned, outsider. Minotaurs respect strength above all else. If you wish to take back one of their own, you must prove you are worthy." Marcus smirked. "That's the easy part." The Broken Plains stretched endlessly before them, a land of jagged cliffs, deep ravines, and rolling grasslands where the Minotaur clans roamed in massive warbands, their entire culture built upon strength, combat, and honor. Here the weak were cast aside, and only the strong thrived. As they traveled, word spread. Outsiders had come looking for the half-blood. Some Minotaurs laughed at the notion, others saw it as an insult, that someone not of their kind would dare seek one of theirs. By the time Marcus, Vera, and Thalron reached the first major encampment, they were expected. A wall of Minotaur warriors stood at the entrance to their village, massive horned figures clad in heavy leathers and bone-plated armor. Their leader, a towering grey-furred warrior with one broken horn, stepped forward, arms crossed. "You come seeking the half-blood, outsider." His deep voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Then you have two choices. Turn back, or prove you have the strength to take her." Marcus cracked his knuckles. "I was hoping you'd say that." Minotaur combat wasn't just about strength. It was about dominance, about proving, without a shadow of doubt, who stood at the top. Marcus stepped into the circular arena at the center of the village, the ground packed hard from centuries of battles fought and won. The gathered minotaurs watched in silence, their eyes gleaming with interest. To them, this was entertainment. His opponent was a brute of a minotaur, easily 8 feet tall, his muscles coiled like steel cables beneath his dark fur. The rules were simple. Knock the other down, stand victorious. The minotaur charged first, a blur of raw power. Marcus sidestepped, planting his foot and driving a Kai-infused uppercut straight into the warrior's ribs. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, making the crowd stir, but the minotaur barely flinched. He retaliated with a devastating overhead strike. Marcus ducked, weaved, and countered, his movements faster, sharper. He didn't just rely on power, he used technique, precision, and adaptability. And slowly, he wore his opponent down. With a final Psyker-infused right hook, Marcus sent the minotaur crashing to the ground. Silence. Then a rumble of approving nods and deep grunts from the crowd. He had proven himself. And then Arixa's voice cut through the silence. Well, well. She stood atop the ridge overlooking the arena, arms crossed, her usual cocky smirk playing on her lips. She looked the same, yet different. Stronger, more certain of herself. Took you long enough to come find me. Marcus exhaled, a grin creeping onto his face. Would have been faster if you didn't run off without saying anything. Arixa's smirk widened, boisterous, brash, but beneath it all, relieved. Vera rolled her eyes. Oh great, now we've got 2 of them. Thalron chuckled. This should be fun. Arixa cracked her knuckles. If you think I'm just walking away from here, you're dumber than you look. Her eyes gleamed. You want me back? You're going to have to fight me for it. Marcus smirked, stepping forward. That's what I was hoping for. Chapter 78. The Duel of Strays. Chapter 78. The Duel of Strays. The broken plains stretched wide beneath the evening sky, the last hints of daylight casting deep orange shadows over the cracked earth. A circle of minotaurs had formed, their heavy breaths and murmurs filling the space as they gathered to witness a fight that was far more than a contest of strength. This was Arixa's test. This was Marcus's answer. Arixa stood in the center of the packed dirt arena, rolling her shoulders, her warhammer resting against her side. Her stance was loose, but Marcus recognized the telltale shift of her weight, a predator testing its prey. Marcus stretched, feeling the residual ache from his earlier fight with the Minotaur warrior. But this fight wasn't about winning. No Kai, no mana, no Psyker, just his raw stats. Arixa exhaled, gripping the haft of her warhammer. You really think you can hold back against me? Marcus grinned, bouncing on his toes. That's the plan. Her blue eyes narrowed, and then she moved. Arixa's speed had always been impressive, but here, now, she had sharpened it into something deadly. Her warhammer came in low and fast, a blur of steel and force. Marcus pivoted, barely evading the crushing blow as the ground where he had just stood erupted in a cloud of dust and cracked earth. She was stronger. She followed up immediately, shifting her grip as she swung the warhammer in a vicious horizontal arc. Marcus ducked, feeling the wind from the weapon whip past his face. He planted his foot and countered, snapping a quick jab toward her midsection. Arixa twisted, using the momentum of her dodge to bring the hammer around in a reverse swing. Marcus dodged again, sweat forming on his brow. She wasn't giving him any room. Still holding back? She asked between swings, her voice sharp. Marcus sidestepped, adjusting his stance. Obviously. Her jaw tightened, and then she pressed harder. Arixa's attacks became relentless, her warhammer moving like a blur despite its size. Every dodge Marcus made cost him more energy. Every near miss reminded him that she wasn't just fighting him. She was proving herself. Then she spoke again, her voice lower. You ever think about what it means to exist when you shouldn't? Marcus caught a feint too late. Arixa twisted, slamming her shoulder into him, sending him skidding back. He barely managed to stay standing. She didn't let up. I shouldn't be here, she said, swinging down in a two-handed overhead smash. Marcus rolled aside, the hammer collapsing the earth where he had just stood. Arixa pulled the weapon free, her face unreadable. Minotaurs and centaurs don't mate, ever. Marcus steadied his breathing, fists raised. So, Arixa laughed, but there was no humor in it. She swung again, her warhammer whistling through the air. So, you don't get it. Marcus blocked the shaft of the hammer, using the force to redirect her momentum. She landed lightly, but her eyes burned. I'm not just a half-breed, Marcus. I don't even look like them. No hooves, no horns. Nothing that makes me one of them. Her warhammer slammed into the dirt again, splitting the ground between them. Marcus wiped the sweat from his brow, watching her. He knew what this was. She wasn't just fighting him. She was fighting herself. You're an idiot, he said finally. Arix's head snapped up. Marcus smirked. You think you don't belong? Then welcome to the damn club. She froze. He gestured at himself. I'm a dark-skinned human in a world where most humans don't look like me. You think that's made my life easy? He nodded toward Thalron, standing in the crowd. Thalron's a half-elf, half-dwarf, with a rare spellblade class. He's a weirdo. Hey, Thalron interjected, then murmured, I'm not that weird. Then Marcus pointed to Vera. And Vera? She's an orc that uses mana instead of Kai. Even her own people think she's weird. Marcus took a step forward, locking eyes with her. We're all freaks, Arixa. Arixa's breath hitched. You're not Minotaur. You're not Centaur. Marcus clenched his fist. You're ours. Arixa's grip on her warhammer tightened, her shoulders shaking. Then she rushed him. Marcus didn't move. She swung her hammer, a full-force strike. At the last second, Marcus dropped to a knee and tapped the ground. The universal signal of submission. The warhammer stopped inches from his face. The crowd fell silent. Arixa's chest rose and fell as she stared at him, sweat dripping down her brow. Her hands shook around the grip of her weapon. She knew he had held back. Her lips pressed into a thin line, frustration simmering. But then she laughed. Damn you. She took a step forward and clasped Marcus's forearm. You still owe me a real rematch. Marcus grinned. Anytime. Later that night, beneath the stars, Arixa sat with the party around a low-burning campfire. She was quieter now, her usual loud presence muted by something deeper. After a long silence, she spoke. I want to find my parents. Marcus, Vera, and Thalron exchanged looks. Arixa's gaze stayed locked on the flames. They owe me an explanation for abandoning me with the beast folk. Vera leaned back. You sure you want that? Arixa exhaled. No. Thalron crossed his arms. But you need it. She nodded. Marcus was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. I get it. Arixa turned to him. Marcus stared into the fire, his expression unreadable. My parents left me too. Back in my old life. Arixa's brow furrowed. They didn't say why. Just left. He swallowed. I found out later it was because of my illness. They didn't want the weight of it. Arixa's fingers dug into her knee. I never found them again, Marcus admitted. Never got to ask why. Never got to know if they regretted it. His eyes met Arixa's. You should find yours, because if you don't, you'll carry that weight forever. Arixa held his gaze. Then she nodded. Vera clapped a hand on her shoulder. Then we'll find them together. Arixa smirked. Damn right we will. As the fire crackled between them, the party of strays sat in quiet understanding. Tomorrow they would set out again, not just as warriors, but as family. Chapter 79. The First Quest as a Team. Chapter 79. The First Quest as a Team. The campfire crackled softly, its golden light flickering against the surrounding trees. A gentle breeze carried the scent of roasted meat and simmering herbs, blending with the crisp night air. The party had set up camp for the night, their first together as a fully formed team. Arixa leaned back against a log, arms crossed, her usual smirk in place. All right, I'll bite. How the hell did you make this taste so good? Across from her, Thalron, sleeves rolled up and a smug look on his face, simply wiped his hands on a cloth. It's all about technique. Marcus raised an eyebrow as he took another bite of the meal in front of him. The dish, some kind of slow-cooked meat with a side of roasted roots and foraged greens, was leagues beyond anything that should have been possible with their meager supplies. Seriously, this is better than half the stuff I had in Xenor. Vera chewed thoughtfully before nodding in approval. I won't admit it twice, but yeah, this is damn good. Thalron smirked as he adjusted his posture. A good adventurer isn't just strong, they need to know how to survive. And survival isn't just about fighting, it's about eating well too. Arixa laughed. So what, you secretly a chef? Thalron shook his head. Not a chef, just a man with refined taste. Marcus chuckled. All right, refined taste, let's put those skills to work on something else, figuring out how to find Arixa's parents. At that, Arixa's smirk faded just a little. She shifted, suddenly more serious. Yeah, that's the real problem. They're out there somewhere, but the wildlands are massive. We don't even know if they're together. Thalron tapped his chin. Which is why we should let the Adventurers Guild do the work for us. Arixa tilted her head. What do you mean? Thalron gestured with his fork before taking another bite. Simple. We post a request at the Arindral Guild branch, pay the fee, and let bounty hunters, informants, and scouts do what they do best. Gather information. Instead of wandering aimlessly, we put out the call and wait for results. Arixa blinked. Wait, hold on. She sat up straighter. I've been an adventurer for months now, and I had no idea Arindral even had a guild branch. Thalron smirked. That's understandable. The guild here is easy to miss. Marcus narrowed his eyes. You say that like there's a catch. Thalron simply grinned. Oh, you'll see. The sun had barely risen when the party arrived at their destination. It wasn't what Arixa had expected. This is the guild? Arixa muttered in disbelief. Before them, in the middle of a small forest clearing, stood a single wooden table beneath a tall, ancient oak tree. Next to it, a weathered message board leaned at an angle, filled with tattered parchment. And behind the table sat an ornery-looking satyr, one hoof propped on the table, arms crossed, a permanent scowl fixed on his face. Vera whistled. Huh, you weren't kidding. Thalron shrugged. Told you. The satyr, gold-ranked by the insignia on his leather vest, eyed them with something between disinterest and mild amusement. Newcomers? Great, fantastic. Just what I needed today? Thalron approached the table and placed a small pouch of silver down. We'd like to submit a request. The satyr eyed the pouch, took it, and barely glanced up. Name? Arixa. We're looking for information on her parents. Half Minotaur, half Centaur, currently unknown location. The satyr sighed, scribbling lazily on a parchment. Big ask, means the fee's non-refundable. You don't get results, tough luck. Arixa crossed her arms. I'll take that risk. The satyr shrugged, pinning the request to the board. Fine, it's up. Maybe someone picks it up, maybe they don't. Either way, you'll hear back if something turns up. While Thalron and Arixa handled the request, Marcus and Vera drifted toward the message board, scanning through the other posted quests. That's when they saw it. Gold rank request, remove the red orcs from the Broken Plains. Reward, 5,000 gold pieces. Vera's brows furrowed. Red orcs. Marcus glanced at her. You know them? Vera nodded. Yeah, and they're bad news. Thalron, having finished his business, overheard and frowned. You're looking at that one? Marcus crossed his arms. It's a gold rank request, meaning dangerous. Thalron exhaled. Red orcs aren't normal orcs, they're more beast than man, driven by some kind of blood curse. Even high-ranking adventurers avoid them if they can. Vera folded her arms. And we're not high-ranking adventurers. Marcus and Arixa exchanged a look. Arixa grinned. That's a lot of coin. Marcus smirked. And a guaranteed promotion if we pull it off. Thalron sighed. You do realize we're iron rank, right? Vera pinched the bridge of her nose. You both realize that, right? The satyr, still lounging behind his table, let out a bark of laughter. Oh, this is rich. You morons are iron rank and you're talking about fighting red orcs. Marcus glanced back at him. Yeah, so? The satyr shook his head. You're stupid, but I won't stop you. He leaned back in his chair. Hell, if you survive, I'll personally approve your promotions. Marcus smirked. Good to know. Vera groaned. You're actually doing this. Marcus turned to her, grinning. We're actually doing this. As the group left the clearing of the Arindral Adventurers Guild, or what barely qualified as one, Vera suddenly frowned, a thought nagging at her. Wait, she muttered, crossing her arms. What are everyone's actual ranks? Arixa raised a hand. Iron. Thalron adjusted his gloves. Iron. Vera exhaled sharply. Iron. Marcus, who already knew, pretended to check his own rank, rubbing his chin. Huh. Steel. Arixa's head snapped toward him. Wait, what? Since when? Marcus smirked. Philia promoted me back in New York. Arixa groaned. You were already ahead of us. Thalron rolled his shoulders, raising an eyebrow. Figures, Guy builds a city and wins a war, and he still wants to take high-risk jobs with the rest of us lowly iron ranks. Vera jabbed a finger at Marcus's chest. And you were just gonna let us think we were all the same rank? Marcus grinned, hands up in mock surrender. I mean, I wasn't hiding it. Arixa huffed, crossing her arms. Chich. Well, don't get too cocky, steel rank. We'll catch up soon enough. Marcus chuckled but didn't say anything. Truth be told, he already knew all of their ranks before the conversation even started, because for the first time since coming to this world, he'd used Inspect. It had happened back at the message board, just after they'd accepted the quest. Marcus had felt something, an awareness settling into him, like another layer of sight peeling open. At first, it was subtle, the way his gaze naturally drifted to the adventurer's badges pinned on his party members' gear, the weight of an unspoken truth hanging in his mind. Then Stem's voice cut through his thoughts. Observation, awareness, these are not merely passive traits, they are tools. Marcus stiffened slightly but kept his posture relaxed. You doing something, Stem? I am providing you with a sample of the Inspect skill. Marcus blinked as something shifted in his vision. His eyes flicked toward Arixa, and suddenly... Arixa, Iron Rank Level, 21. Class, Heavy Striker Primary Weapon, Warhammer. Primary Affinity, Kai. System Blessing, Unyielding Rage. He turned toward Thalron. Thalron, Iron Rank. Level 19. Class, Spellblade Level 2. Primary Weapon, Arcane Rapier. Primary Affinity, Mana. And finally, Vera. Vera, Iron Rank. Level 22. Class, Battlecaster. Primary Affinity, Mana. Marcus blinked, letting the information settle in his mind. He hadn't actively cast a spell or used any special ability. Stem had simply given him the perspective to see. Huh, neat trick. It is more than a trick. Stem's voice hummed with something akin to curiosity. The more you understand the flow of battle, the more you will realize that knowledge itself is a weapon. Marcus exhaled. All right, Yoda, what's the catch? The Inspect skill is tiered. Right now, I am only showing you basic information, ranks, levels, classes, and primary weapon affinities. At higher mastery, you will be able to glean deeper insights. Skill proficiencies, energy capacities, even weaknesses. Marcus felt a smirk tug at his lips. Sounds kinda busted. It is only as strong as the one who wields it. The vision faded just as quickly as it had come, leaving Marcus with a lingering sense of clarity. And now, as he looked at his party bickering over their ranks, he knew exactly what each of them was capable of. Marcus let out a quiet chuckle. Don't worry, he said, casually draping an arm over Arixa's shoulder. I'll carry you guys if I have to. Arixa immediately shoved him off. Chi, you wish. Thalron smirked. With how reckless you are, you'll be the one needing to be carried. Vera scoffed. He already does. I swear between him and Arixa, they have a combined brain cell. Arixa elbowed Marcus. You hear that? We're tactically inclined. Marcus grinned. Damn right. As their laughter filled the air, the weight of their first real adventure settled onto their shoulders. They had their mission, and soon they would have their ranks to match. Chapter 80, Into the Red. Chapter 80. Into the Red. The sun hung low in the sky as the party stood at the edge of a jagged ravine, peering down at the makeshift Red Orc encampment below. The wind carried the distant sound of guttural snarls and the sharp clank of weapons against bone. A heavy tension settled over them. This was no ordinary fight. "Let's go over this one more time." Thalron's voice cut through the silence, his tone calm but serious. "The rank of a quest doesn't mean we have to be that rank to take it. It means a single adventurer of that rank should be able to clear it alone." Vera exhaled, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "So since there's 4 of us and we're working together, that technically lowers the difficulty, right?" Thalron nodded. "In theory, a gold-ranked adventurer could solo this. But since there's 4 of us, we just need to be smart about how we approach it." Arixa snorted, leaning on her warhammer. "So basically, don't be stupid. Got it?" Marcus smirked. "That means you should be extra careful, Arixa." She rolled her eyes. "Please, these things won't know what hit 'em." Marcus turned his gaze back toward the Red Orc camp and activated Inspect. The moment he did, his vision shifted, his awareness sharpening as Stem's analysis flooded into his mind. Enemy analysis, Red Orcs. Size, slightly larger than the average Orc. Coloration, deep crimson skin due to immense Chi saturation. Behavior, savage, hyper-aggressive, and territorial. Consider all life forms hostile targets. Unique trait, Rage Mode, engages when critically wounded, dramatically boosting strength, endurance, and pain resistance. Hate target, standard Orcs. They instinctively attack Orcs on sight. Marcus relayed the information to the group. "Vera, looks like you were right. These guys are more Chi than flesh at this point." Vera frowned. "That explains the Rage Mode. The more damage they take, the harder they fight. We should try to kill them fast. Don't let them linger in that state." Thalron cracked his knuckles. "Then we eliminate the leader first. Take out their coordination before they can even get started." Arixa grinned, resting her hammer on her shoulder. "Let them rage. I'll take 'em all on." Marcus smirked. "All right, here's the plan." The party moved with careful coordination, using the high ground and sparse trees for cover as they closed in on the encampment. Thalron disappeared first, vanishing into the shadows. His footfalls were utterly silent as he darted through the underbrush, shifting between the gaps in the enemy's vision like a ghost. His objective was the Red Orc leader, a massive brute wielding a crude greatsword, his scarred chest glowing faintly with pulsating Chi. Marcus, meanwhile, took a different approach. He strode directly toward the front line, 2 Red Orcs spotting him almost immediately. Their snarls turned into feral roars as they charged. Marcus braced himself, meeting their wild swings with raw, unfiltered power. A massive fist swung toward his head. He ducked, weaving between their strikes before landing a crushing counterpunch to one's ribcage. The shockwave from the impact sent dust flying, but the Red Orc only stumbled back, its Chi flaring as it refused to go down. "Yeah, that tracks," Marcus muttered before dodging another wild haymaker. On the other side of the battlefield, Arixa charged in head first, slamming her warhammer into the ground with enough force to shake the earth. Boom! A shockwave rippled outward, sending a handful of Red Orcs staggering. She grinned as the closest ones turned their fury on her, eyes burning with the primal desire to kill. "That's right. Come get some." Vera wasn't far behind, positioning herself strategically behind Arixa. The moment the Red Orcs converged on her, Vera unleashed a barrage of AoE elemental attacks, fire and lightning crackling through the air. "Flame Surge!" She raised her hand, sending a swirling inferno into the oncoming wave, forcing them to stagger. Arixa didn't even flinch at the heat, lunging forward with a 2-handed swing that sent one of the beasts flying into a tree. Thalron had made his way to the back of the encampment. The Red Orc leader stood tall, barking out guttural orders, until he felt a cold blade press against the side of his throat. The leader's eyes widened in shock, then rage. Slash! With a flick of his wrist, Thalron's arcane rapier pierced through the Red Orc's windpipe, a precise and fatal strike. The leader choked, his Chi flaring wildly before his body collapsed. The remaining Red Orcs froze mid-combat, their chaotic rage suddenly lacking direction. That was all the opening Marcus needed. He clenched his fist, ducked under another wild swing, and drove an uppercut straight into his opponent's jaw, sending the red orc flipping backward onto the ground, unconscious. One by one, the remaining red orcs fell. The battlefield was silent except for the heavy breaths of the victors. Arixa wiped sweat from her brow, looking around at the scattered bodies. That's it? I was expecting more. Marcus stretched his shoulders. They hit hard, I'll give them that. Thalron checked his blade before nodding. We took them down cleanly. This could have been worse. Then, the system notifications rolled in. Vera has leveled up to level 23. Thalron has leveled up to level 20. Marcus has leveled up to level 19. Arixa crossed her arms, watching the others with a raised eyebrow. Good, you guys are catching up. Marcus smirked. You could have slowed down, you know. Arixa scoffed. Not my style. As the group surveyed the battlefield, Marcus felt a strange pulse in the air, something beneath them. Stem's voice whispered in his mind. Curious. Marcus narrowed his eyes. What is it? Stem's response was eerily precise. Red orcs tend to linger around areas of magical significance. Cross-referencing known phenomena, there is an 87% chance that they were guarding something. Marcus frowned. Guarding what? There was a brief pause, then a pinpointed location. There is a hidden cave entrance beneath this battlefield. I suggest investigating. Marcus looked toward the others. Looks like we're not done yet. Arixa tilted her head. Oh, we got treasure? Thalron adjusted his gloves. Or a trap? Vera exhaled. Either way, we're going in, aren't we? Marcus grinned. You already know the answer to that. The group gathered their gear and made their way toward the hidden entrance. Whatever the red orcs had been protecting, they were about to find out. Chapter 81. The Seal's Awakening. The air inside the cavern was thick, almost suffocating, as Marcus and his team stood amidst the eerie glow of the rune-covered stones. The symbols etched into the cave walls pulsed faintly, as if reacting to their presence. Something about them felt off. Not just unnatural, but wrong. Marcus exchanged a glance with Vera, and he could tell she was thinking the same thing. This wasn't their first time encountering strange dungeon formations. The boss rush dungeon. That hellish experience had left its mark on both of them. And now, staring at these newly discovered runes, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that his life was tangled in something far beyond coincidence. Me finding all these anomalies can't be random, he thought, crossing his arms. Before he could voice the thought, Stem's voice hummed in his mind. Perhaps it isn't. Marcus frowned. What do you mean? You, Marcus, are an anomaly yourself. It stands to reason that you are either attracting anomalies, or perhaps you are subconsciously drawn to them. The restructuring of this world may not be a mere accident. You may be intertwined with it. Marcus's jaw clenched. And how does that work? Ah, Stem mused, as if pleased with the question. The concept of predetermination and attraction follows a metaphysical principle that can be likened to gravitational anomalies. Just as celestial bodies alter space-time through mass, beings who operate outside expected parameters, such as yourself, may inadvertently bend probability itself. In other words, your very existence creates deviations in the natural order, drawing forth changes that would not normally occur. Marcus blinked. So what you're saying is, I've got main character syndrome. A crude interpretation. But yes. Marcus ran a hand down his face. Of course, that makes perfect sense. Arixa raised an eyebrow at him. You good? Marcus sighed. Yeah, just mentally filing some existential nonsense for later. Thalron crouched near one of the rune stones, running a gloved hand across the carvings. These markings, they're too clean to be ancient, but this place clearly hasn't been touched in ages. Vera furrowed her brows. So what do we do? Try activating it. Marcus was about to answer when Stem suddenly spoke again, his tone more alert. Tell Vera to turn to... Stem paused as if calculating. Section... No. Tell her to turn to page 314 in her grimoire. Marcus narrowed his eyes. You know what this is, don't you? Not entirely, but I have an educated suspicion. If I am correct, we need to be prepared. Marcus sighed but turned to Vera. As if she caught on, she said, Stem? Yeah, Marcus replied. He said, turn to page 314 in your grimoire. Vera gave him a skeptical look but obliged. She flipped through the thick ancient tome, landing on the requested page. Her eyes widened slightly. This is about theoretical dungeon formations and activation. Arixa leaned over to glance at the page. How much knowledge is in that thing? Vera shook her head. I honestly don't know. I've studied this book front to back before, and every time I open it, it feels like it's adapting, like it's learning with me. Thalron frowned. That's not normal. Marcus chuckled. Nothing about any of us is normal. With Vera's guidance, they began channeling a small amount of energy into the rune stones as Vira chanted a multi-tongued incantation and formed mana sigils in the air. The moment the spell took effect, the formations flared violently, shifting from their dim glow into an unstable, chaotic spiral of light. Marcus felt his gut drop. Guys, Vera muttered, stepping back. That's not how normal dungeon activations work. Stem's voice sharpened in urgency. Marcus, tell them to prepare themselves. This is a release dungeon. Marcus's eyes widened. What the hell is a release dungeon? He asked, already dreading the answer. A dungeon type that doesn't pull adventurers inside, it releases something outside. And as if on cue, a massive tear in reality split open in the center of the cavern. A horrid, twisted presence stepped through. The creature was twice the size of any red orc they had seen before. Its skin was darker, nearly blackened with pulsing crimson veins, and bone-like protrusions jutted from its arms and shoulders. It had burning, soulless eyes, and when it inhaled, the very air around them seemed to shudder. It looked demonic, ancient, wrong. Then it spoke. This world has changed since I was last free. Its voice wasn't a mere sound, it resonated, shaking the cavern walls as if reality itself barely contained it. And it seems you savages have evolved. The party instinctively fell into battle stances. Marcus felt the weight of something monumental hanging over them. Stem, he muttered under his breath, tell me you know what this thing is. There was a long pause. Then, for the first time, Stem's voice carried genuine panic. Marcus, you all have to defeat that thing now. If it stabilizes fully, it will summon its entire army through the portal. Marcus gritted his teeth. Let me guess, this thing has something to do with the restructuring. Yes. Marcus's stomach turned. What is it exactly? Stem's response sent a chill down his spine. That beast is a seal. Marcus's breath caught. Like the 7 seals. Stem's voice hummed. 7 seals. Biblical apocalyptic imagery. The Book of Revelation 5, 6:1-17 and 8:1-6. Yes, this is an acceptable analogy. Marcus let out a sharp exhale. Great. First mission with my new party, and I have to stop the first step of the end of the world. Arixa cracked her knuckles, grinning. Well, at least we're making history. Thalron unsheathed his rapier, his aura shifting into full battle mode. No pressure, right? Vira's eyes narrowed, fire sparking to life in her hands. We stop this thing here, no matter what. The Res Orc seal lifted its head, sensing their resolve. Humph. It tilted its head slightly, as if considering them. Then it grinned. Show me how far you've come, mortals. The cavern shook violently as the first battle against the seals of the apocalypse began. Chapter 82. The Second Seal's Wrath. Chapter 82. The Second Seal's Wrath. The moment the Res Orc seal fully stepped through the portal, the cavern trembled. The air warped, flickering in and out like a broken illusion, and the gravitational pull around them fluctuated wildly. 1 second the ground felt light as air, the next it crushed down like an invisible force trying to grind them into dust. Marcus gritted his teeth, his body instinctively shifting into a combat stance. This wasn't just a monster. This was something different, something wrong. The Resorc seal inhaled deeply, its massive, muscled chest expanding as its corrupted Kai pulsated like a second heartbeat beneath its charred crimson skin. Jagged black veins lined its limbs, pulsating with power that twisted the very air around it. The creature exhaled, a guttural snarl vibrating through the cavern. "It has been long since I last walked." The weight of its voice pressed against them like a physical force, a presence, a will. Marcus exchanged a glance with Vera. She was tense, flames already flickering around her fingertips, but he could see it, the slight tremble in her stance. She felt it too, the sheer, overwhelming aura of something not meant to be free. Thalron was the first to move. He vanished from sight in an instant, his shadow stride ability slipping him through the warped space to strike at the monster's heart. His arcane rapier gleamed as it thrust forward and passed straight through the beast's chest. Thalron's body froze mid-air as realization struck. The hell? The Resorc seal turned its head slightly, not even acknowledging the attack. Then its clawed hand moved faster than sight, swiping at Thalron with a monstrous backhand. Crack! Thalron was sent flying, crashing through a stone pillar before rolling across the cavern floor. "Thalron," Vira shouted. Marcus's instincts screamed at him. This thing wasn't fully anchored to reality yet. They were attacking something that wasn't fully here. He clenched his fists. "Stem, what the hell are we dealing with?" Stem's voice hummed, processing faster than before. "Marcus, this entity has not yet stabilized. It is phasing between existence. If you don't kill it before it fully integrates into this world, it will open the portal completely, and its entire army will come through." Marcus exhaled sharply. "So what the hell do we hit it with?" "Energy, the right kind of energy, its own anchor. Disrupt its connection." Marcus cracked his neck and took a step forward. "Then let's break this thing before it finishes forming." The Resorc seal turned its attention toward him, its glowing red eyes narrowing slightly. "You, the anomaly." Marcus felt something deep in his bones at those words. The beast launched forward with impossible speed. Marcus barely had time to brace before a colossal fist crashed into him. The shockwave sent him skidding back, boots carving trenches into the stone floor. His arms burned from absorbing the force, but he kept his stance. Arixa moved next, letting out a war cry as she charged in with her warhammer, swinging it like a battering ram. The sheer force of her attack shattered the ground, sending jagged rocks flying. Boom! The warhammer met flesh, slamming into the beast's ribs. And yet it barely flinched. Instead, the Resorc seal turned its head slowly toward Arixa, and for the first time, something changed in its posture. Its gaze locked onto her with something beyond recognition, a primal familiarity. Arixa's breath hitched, her grip on her warhammer faltered for a fraction of a second. "Why?" she muttered, confusion flashing in her eyes. The Resorc seal took advantage of that hesitation. Its Kai twisted unnaturally, forming an extra arm from its shoulder, a grotesque, inky black Kai construct that shot forward. Marcus lunged, slamming his fist against the construct before it could grab Arixa. The impact rippled with Kai disruption, causing the construct to shatter. Arixa snapped out of her daze, shaking off the strange pull. "The hell was that?" Vera's voice rang out. "Don't listen to it. That thing isn't normal." Vera raised her arms, gathering raw mana, her grimoire glowing in response. She launched a torrent of fire, scorching the beast's chest. The explosion roared, sending embers scattering. But even as the fire consumed its torso, the creature healed instantly. "Shit," Vera hissed. "It's regenerating too fast." Stem's voice cut in urgently. "It is adapting. Your mana-based attacks will be less effective the longer you fight. You need to disrupt its Kai core." Marcus gritted his teeth. This thing wasn't just a monster. It was a lock, something designed to keep something else sealed. If they didn't destroy it the right way, they weren't just failing the quest. They were dooming this entire region. "We need to hit it all at once," Marcus realized. "Its core has to be exposed before we can break it." He took a step forward and felt something shift within his gauntlets. An old notification resurfaced in his vision. "Condition met. Release state activated. Marcus's body ignited with power. His gauntlets pulsed with energy, the runes carved into them awakening. Arixa smirked. "You've been holding out on us." Marcus cracked his knuckles. "Nah, just saving it for the right moment." The plan came together in seconds. Thalron moved first, his body flickering in and out of shadow. He reappeared behind the Resorc seal, his rapier slashing across its spine, carving a deep gash that left a faint afterimage of arcane energy. The Resorc seal roared, its body momentarily stiffening from the unexpected damage. Vyra moved next. She raised both hands, channeling every last bit of raw fire magic she had left. A massive pillar of flame erupted beneath the beast, consuming it in a white-hot inferno. The Resorc seal staggered. Its defenses were crumbling. Arixa let out a savage grin. She charged, leaping high into the air, her warhammer glowing with pure Kai reinforcement. "Let's see how strong you really are," she bellowed. She brought the hammer down with all her might. Crash. The impact shattered the stability of the beast's Kai core. Its body flickered violently, as if its entire being was resisting its own existence. Marcus saw his opening. He clenched his fists, Kai and Psyche flooding through his body. One strike, one shot. Marcus launched forward, his speed a blur, fist cocked back. Then he unleashed everything. A single devastating right hook collided with the Resorc seal's chest, connecting directly with its Kai core. Boom! The cavern exploded with force, the shockwave obliterating the ground beneath them. As the dust settled, the Resorc seal remained standing. Barely. Its form wavered, broken, its regenerative abilities failing. But then it chuckled and stood up again. Marcus felt his breath catch. "Stem," he muttered, "tell me that was enough." Stem's voice was grim. "It wasn't." Marcus clenched his fists. Shit. The battle wasn't over, and the Resorc seal wasn't done yet. Chapter 83. Cast him back. Chapter 83. Cast him back. The battle wasn't over. The Resorc seal still stood, its charred crimson skin pulsing, healing even after Marcus's strongest hit. The cavern trembled beneath their feet as the air thickened, the unstable portal behind it crackling with energy. Marcus clenched his fists, his gauntlets still humming with an unknown power. "Stem," he muttered under his breath. "What the hell is going on? That hit should have ended it." Stem's voice came through, sharp and uncertain. "Marcus, your gauntlets, no, their composition, they're reacting to something beyond the portal." Marcus's brow furrowed. "Beyond?" "I have operated under the assumption that your gauntlets were simply crafted from an unknown metal, but that may not be the case. They might be something far greater." Marcus tensed as the Resorc seal let out a deep, rumbling growl, its glowing eyes locking onto him. Stem continued, his tone now filled with urgency. "Marcus, instruct your team to do everything in their power to keep that thing near the portal. Do not let it escape." Marcus didn't hesitate. "Arixa, Thalron, Vera, keep it near the portal." Arixa wiped sweat from her brow, her muscles burning from exhaustion. "Damn thing's not going anywhere if I can help it." Thalron gave a sharp nod, adjusting his stance. "We'll hold it, but you better have a plan." Vera, breathing heavily, her mana drained, gritted her teeth. "Make it quick, Marcus." Marcus didn't respond. He ran forward, grabbing Vera's grimoire from where she had set it down earlier. "What the hell are you doing?" she barked. Marcus ignored her, holding the grimoire in one hand while reaching out with the other, pressing his gauntleted palm against the portal's unstable surface. The second he made contact, a pulse of raw energy surged through him. His vision shattered, replaced by a flood of incomprehensible data, equations, and symbols. Languages he didn't understand, but somehow felt the meaning of. His senses stretched, expanding outward into something larger than himself, something beyond the physical world. Stem's voice echoed in his mind. "Brace yourself, Marcus. This is going to feel weird." While Marcus and Stem interfaced with the portal, the rest of the team fought tooth and nail to keep the Resorc seal contained. The cavern shuddered under the weight of the battle, the unstable energy from the portal twisting reality itself. Vera gritted her teeth, sweat dripping down her face as her mana exhaustion clawed at her body. She could barely feel the connection to her magic, her reservoir nearly empty. But she wasn't helpless. Her mind worked furiously. She still had access to her body's raw energy, her experience, her tactical knowledge. She forced the remaining scraps of mana in her core to ignite, but instead of channeling a proper spell, she let instinct take over. A whip of pure flame lashed out from her fingertips, its erratic energy barely controlled. It wrapped around the beast's arm, the searing heat burning through flesh and Kai alike. The res orc seal snarled, its unnatural body adapting, dark Kai hardening its flesh against the flame. It whipped its arm to the side, flinging Vera into the air like a ragdoll. She slammed against the cavern wall, pain exploding through her ribs, her vision blurred. The res orc seal turned toward her, its soulless, burning eyes locking onto the weakest target. It lunged. A clawed hand swung. Vera barely had time to react. But Thalron was faster. The half-elf, half-dwarf spellblade intercepted with flawless precision. His arcane rapier flashed, its tip glowing with what little mana he had left. The beast's claw came down like a falling boulder, but Thalron's footwork was impeccable. A step, a pivot, a well-placed parry. The impact sent a shockwave through the cavern, but Thalron redirected the force rather than absorbing it. His mind raced, his mana was nearly gone, his spells were fading. He couldn't rely on magic anymore, so he fell back on skill. He ducked under the beast's swing, his blade slicing precisely across the already weakened points of its body, targeting joints, tendons, and fractured key armor. The res orc seal howled, staggering back. But it wasn't done. It countered with a massive backhand swing, a move far too fast and fluid for something its size. Thalron barely managed to dodge, rolling to the side. His breathing was ragged, his muscles burned, but he couldn't stop now. That's when he noticed Arixa. Arixa had been the team's anchor. She held the line, absorbed the brunt of the beast's rage, using her unyielding rage to stand tall despite the damage. But something was wrong. Her body felt slow. Her anger, her battle instincts, they felt distant, dulled, like she was moving through thick water. Her vision swam, her movements sluggish as she tried to swing her warhammer. Her Kai flickered, refusing to ignite properly. Thalron's keen eyes analyzed the shift immediately. He pieced it together in a second. The damn thing is suppressing her aggression through Kai. Arixa was one of the strongest warriors he knew, but her strength relied heavily on her key reinforcement. And the res orc seal knew it. The longer she used Kai, the deeper the beast's unnatural aura entangled with her. Thalron darted toward her, grabbing her shoulder roughly. "Arixa," he snapped, "stop using Kai. It's messing with your head." Arixa staggered, her breath ragged, her vision unfocused. Then something clicked. She stopped channeling Kai. Instantly the fog lifted. Her heart pounded, her blood boiled with clarity. She grinned. "You son of a—" The res orc seal swung down, trying to crush them both. Arixa dropped low, letting it pass overhead. Then, with her full raw strength, she swung her warhammer upward, catching the beast under its jaw. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave through the cavern, sending the beast staggering back toward the portal. Vera, still aching, forced herself to stand. She saw the opening. The monster was reeling. Her mana reserves were practically gone, but she had one last trick. Using the cavern's natural terrain, she kicked a pile of loose rock into the air, imbuing them with the last remnants of her fire magic. The stones ignited mid-air, turning into a hailstorm of searing, hot projectiles. They struck true. The res orc seal bellowed in frustration, its body twisting in rage. Thalron, meanwhile, saw an even greater opportunity. He flicked his wrist, drawing a dagger from his belt, one lined with runes. Arixa caught on immediately. She swung her warhammer again, forcing the beast to expose its side. In that instant, Thalron threw the dagger. It embedded deep into the monster's exposed flesh. A second later, the runes on the dagger activated, freezing a portion of its body solid. The res orc seal froze mid-motion, trying to break free of the frostlock. That was all they needed. Inside Marcus's mind, Stem processed the final calculations. I have it, he declared. Marcus yanked his hand away from the portal, his vision refocusing. The portal's pulling it in. The Resorc seal's body lurched backward, the gravity reversing as the portal consumed its essence. It howled, its claws digging into the ground, fighting against the pull of its own prison. Marcus turned and threw Vera's grimoire back to her. She caught it in mid-air. She didn't hesitate. Her fingers flipped through the pages, finding exactly what she needed. She thrust her hands forward. Incinerate! A colossal wave of fire erupted, engulfing the beast's lower half, forcing it further into the portal's grasp. Thalron and Arixa followed suit. Thalron appeared in a flash, stabbing into its exposed weak point, twisting the rapier deeper. Arixa let out a feral scream, her hammer swinging one last time. Crash! Her final earth-shattering blow smashed into its skull. The portal snapped shut. The Resorc seal was gone. Silence. Then, Arixa let out a breathless laugh. That was insane. Thalron collapsed onto one knee, panting. Vera just shook her head, muttering, I need a drink. Marcus stared at his gauntlets. Something was happening, something bigger than just them. Before he could dwell on it, a chime rang through the cavern. Dungeon cleared. A treasure chest materialized in the center of the cavern. Marcus exhaled. All right, he muttered. Let's see what we just won. Chapter 84. The Spoils of War. Chapter 84. The Spoils of War. The cavern was still. Smoke and dust hung in the air, remnants of the battle lingering like ghosts. Marcus and his team stood in the aftermath, battered but victorious. The silence stretched for a moment. Then Arixa let out a bark of laughter, loud and full of triumph. That's right, she roared, slamming her fist into Marcus's shoulder. That's how we do it. Marcus chuckled, rubbing his arm from the impact. Thalron smirked, adjusting his gloves, while Vera shook her head, an amused grin on her face. The team exchanged high fives, each hit carrying the weight of survival, of victory. I can't believe we took that thing down, Thalron mused, his analytical mind already piecing together the significance. It had to be mithril or higher, he added, his gaze thoughtful. Marcus nodded subtly. Only he and Stem truly understood what had just happened. What they had unlocked, or rather prevented from being unlocked. But that was a discussion for another time. For now, they had loot to claim. Arixa pointed at the chest that had materialized in the cavern. All right, let's see what our hard-earned payday looks like. The team stepped forward, and then the cave trembled. A deep, ominous groan rippled through the stone, the aftershocks of the Resorc seal's defeat now taking their toll on the cavern's structural integrity. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, and the floor beneath them began to shake violently. Oh, come on, Vera yelled as small rocks began pelting down from above. Marcus's instincts flared. Caves collapsing. Move! Arixa grabbed Thalron by the collar, yanking him back as a section of the roof collapsed, barely missing them. No time for debate, Thalron snapped. We're leaving. Marcus lunged forward, snatching the treasure chest. Jand ran toward the hidden passage's exit. He could feel the weight of the dungeon's remnants pulling inward, as if trying to erase any trace of what had transpired. With the chest under his arm, he turned and sprinted after his team. The ground buckled beneath them, chunks of stone crashing down from above as they navigated the collapsing tunnels. Light, an exit. The group burst through the cave's mouth, diving onto solid ground just as the entire entrance crumbled behind them. A massive plume of dust shot outward, settling as the cave was completely sealed. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Arixa, lying flat on her back, let out a loud exhale. Well, that was fun. Marcus rolled onto his side, chest still in his grip. Next time, we check if the loot is cursed before grabbing it. Thalron coughed, shaking dust from his coat. Noted. Vera groaned. If that's the price of 5,000 gold, I'm never spending a single coin of it. A beat passed. Then the group laughed, exhaustion and adrenaline colliding in one final wave. They'd won, and now it was time to see what they had won. The chest sat between them, a faint magical hum emanating from within. Marcus reached forward, lifting the lid. Inside, 4 distinct items rested, each one glowing faintly, as if they were waiting for their wielders. Arixa, never one to hesitate, reached in first. Her hands closed around a warhammer unlike any she had ever wielded. It was lighter than her old one, but the moment she touched it, she felt something resonate within. The metal was lined with deep crimson veins, reminiscent of the Res Orc seal's corrupted Kai. She frowned, turning it over in her grip. Feels familiar. Thalron reached in next, his hand brushing over what appeared to be a simple parchment. The moment his fingers touched it, the parchment dissolved, its essence seeping into him. His eyes widened. Mana rushed through him, expanding his reserves like a dam being opened. Vera raised a brow. What just happened? Thalron exhaled slowly. That was an enchantment. It just expanded my mana reserves. Marcus whistled. That's big. Spellblades don't get deep reserves like casters do. That's going to change a lot for you. Thalron smirked, and I plan to make full use of it. Vera's hand hovered over the last 2 items before she felt herself drawn to one in particular. She reached down and lifted a staff, sleek and lined with 10 glowing runes. Her mind raced with possibilities the moment she understood what it was. A storage staff. Arixa blinked. A what now? Vera's grin grew. It stores preformed spells, these runes. I can load them up with my strongest magic and unleash them whenever I need to. Thalron's eyes narrowed. That's dangerous. Vera's smirk was devilish. I know. Marcus was the last. He reached into the chest and pulled out a small object. The others leaned in. It was a mouthguard. Silence. Arixa blinked. What? Marcus turned it over in his hand, recognizing it immediately. A high-grade mouthguard, enchanted with small durability runes. He grinned. Oh, this is perfect. Thalron looked confused. How? Marcus slid it into his bag of holding, stretching his jaw. It's for my teeth, protects my head, absorbs impact, reinforces my jaw when I'm in a fight. Arixa scratched her head. I've never seen a magic item like that. Marcus laughed. Yeah, I figured. It's not exactly common in a world of swords and staves. Vera tilted her head. But you're excited about it? Marcus grinned. Hell yeah. A boxer's gotta protect his most important weapon, Marcus said, tapping his temple with an index finger. As they packed up, Thalron gave Marcus a long look. You knew, he said, crossing his arms. You knew exactly what to do with the dungeon. Arixa narrowed her eyes. Yeah, I noticed that too. Marcus and Vera exchanged a glance. Marcus sighed. It's time you two knew. And so they explained STEM. Thalron and Arixa listened in stunned silence as Marcus and Vera laid it all out. From the mysterious system voice to STEM's appearance after the Acronian sea dungeon delve, the way it analyzed the world, and the fact that it had been guiding Marcus. When they finished, Arixa exhaled sharply. Well, shit. Thalron's analytical mind was already racing. This changes everything. Marcus nodded. That's why we've kept it quiet. Arixa cracked her knuckles. Well, if he's part of the team, then that's that. 5 of us, not 4. Thalron nodded. We'll keep it secret. Marcus smiled. Thanks. They gathered proof of their quest completion, leaving out any trace of the seal. Back at the Arindral Guild post, the ornery satyr sat at his table, looking bored out of his mind. Until they slammed their proof down in front of him. The satyr blinked, then stared, then blinked again. You're shitting me. Marcus grinned. We're just that good. Chapter 85. The Weight of Growth. Chapter 85. The Weight of Growth. The night air was cool, the distant sounds of the lake gently lapping against the shore, providing a peaceful contrast to the turbulence brewing within Marcus and Thalron's bodies. They sat cross-legged by the dying embers of the campfire, their breathing ragged, muscles tense. Then agony. Marcus clenched his fists as a violent surge of energy erupted through him, his veins feeling like they were on fire. Every fiber of his being screamed in protest as his Kai, mana, and psyche all violently expanded at once, forcing his body to adapt to a power increase that shouldn't have been possible. Thalron, seated beside him, wasn't faring much better. The veins along his arms pulsed with unstable mana pressure, his core reshaping itself to accommodate the sheer expansion of his reserves. Vera stood nearby, arms crossed, keeping an eye on both of them, while Arixa sat back with a bored expression. "You know, I thought breakthrough rituals were supposed to be all spiritual and enlightening," she muttered. "This just looks like they're dying." Marcus let out a strangled grunt, his head throbbing as Psyche drilled into his skull like 100 unseen knives. Every part of his body felt stretched, broken, and reforged all at once. Thalron gasped, his body trembling, but his face was still calm, focused. He gritted his teeth and controlled his breathing, the years of training under rigid magical instruction allowing him to control his surge. Marcus, on the other hand, was chaos incarnate. His body wasn't simply adapting to a new threshold, it was evolving across 3 different energy systems at once. He clutched his head, waves of pure force rippling off his skin. Vera subtly tensed at the sheer violence of Marcus's breakthrough. Arixa frowned. Should it be hurting him that much? Vera didn't miss a beat. "He's just inefficient," she waved dismissively. "Too much raw power and not enough refinement. His body has to force itself to adjust." Marcus, through the haze of pain, felt a flicker of appreciation for Vera's quick lie. Arixa accepted the explanation easily, her focus drifting elsewhere, but Vera shot Marcus a subtle glance. She knew, she had known for a while now, that there was something different about him, something beyond normal class structures. Marcus let out a long exhale as the pain slowly began to subside, his body finally accepting the sheer increase in power. Threshold reached, mana +10, Kai +10, Psyche +10. Across from him, Thalron flexed his fingers, adjusting to the increase in his mana capacity. His eyes sharpened, his aura settling into something more potent, more refined. He adjusted his gloves and gave Marcus a sidelong glance. "You good?" Marcus smirked, rolling his shoulders. "Yeah, I think I can still walk." Arixa scoffed. "Shame, I was hoping to carry your ass back to the guild." Marcus barked out a laugh, but internally he was troubled. He could still feel the after-effects of his 3-way breakthrough burning through his system. For a brief moment, he considered telling them. Telling them about Perma, about the fact that he wasn't bound by the world's limits like they were. But before he could speak, Stem cut in. "One revelation is enough for today, don't you think?" Marcus exhaled sharply. Another time then, wouldn't want them getting complacent. The jest lingered in his mind as he stretched out his limbs. Vera, sensing the shift in his expression, smirked. "You look like you're thinking too hard." "I'm just wondering if we should take another mission." Arixa uncharacteristically shook her head. "I need a break." The group turned to her. It wasn't like Arixa to turn down a fight, but they all knew what was on her mind. Her parents. No one pushed the issue. Thalron was the first to break the tension. "Then let's set up camp for the night. I'll handle the food." Arixa exhaled. "I'll be at the lake. Call me when it's ready." She wandered off with her new warhammer in tow, fingers flexing against the handle as she tested its weight. Marcus watched her go before settling near the fire. He expected Vera to follow Arixa, but instead she sat next to him. And for the first time that day, the world slowed down. The fire crackled softly as Marcus and Vera sat in companionable silence. After a moment, Vera spoke. "Can you believe how much we've done?" Marcus chuckled. "Not really." She leaned back, stretching her legs out. "I mean, we built a damn city. We fought a war. We've survived dungeons that should have killed us." She shook her head. "Feels like we're moving faster than the world." Marcus smirked. "We kinda are." Vera turned, watching him closely. "Do you ever think about what comes next?" Marcus leaned back on his elbows, gazing at the night sky. "I try not to." A beat of silence passed. Then he brought it up. "The kiss." Vera's breath hitched slightly, her gaze flickered, but she didn't shy away. "I thought I lost you." Marcus didn't speak, letting her continue. "When you got better, I thought about losing you again. And then I thought about the one thing I wanted to do before that happened. She let out a breath, as if admitting it aloud made it more real. And it just happened. Marcus met her gaze. She didn't look away. Slowly, he leaned in. Their faces were inches apart when, "Food's done," Thalron's voice called out from across the camp. Vera let out an exasperated sigh, shaking her head with a small laugh. She playfully pushed Marcus back. "Next time." Marcus chuckled. "Next time." They rejoined the others, the tension from earlier easing into something lighter. After the meal, as the fire burned low, Marcus and Stem finally talked. Marcus took a deep breath, staring into the flames. "Why does dungeon loot seem so specific?" Stem hummed. "Dungeons pull from the essence of those who conquer them. The rewards reflect their wielders, whether by need, affinity, or fate." Marcus frowned. "So it's not random?" "No, it is merely guided." Marcus let that settle before moving to the next question. "Do you think every dungeon I delve will be as dangerous as the ones I've faced?" "It is highly probable. You attract anomalies. You are an anomaly." Marcus sighed. "Great." Stem continued. "However, knowing this, you can prepare. You are not the same man who entered the boss rush dungeon as a lost warrior." Marcus smirked. "True." He hesitated before asking his next question. "Do you think I'm part of this world's restructuring?" Stem was silent for a moment. Then quietly, "Yes." Marcus's breath caught. "You are not just affected by the changes, you are a part of them. Whether you caused them or were placed here because of them, that remains unknown." Marcus exhaled slowly. "That's what I was afraid of." And finally he asked the question that had been weighing on him since the seal. "Do you think I can stop it?" Stem's response was different this time. Not calculated, not distant, just genuine. "If anyone can, it is you." A soft, knowing chuckle echoed through Marcus's mind. After all, if the universe is rewriting itself, perhaps it chose the right man to punch it in the face. Marcus let out a quiet laugh. He didn't have all the answers, but he had purpose, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 86. A Name Lost and Found. Chapter 86. A Name Lost and Found. The Arindral Adventurers Guild was as unimpressive as ever. A single table beneath the gnarled oak tree, the same rickety bounty board, half covered in faded parchments, and the ever-present scowl of the resident guildmaster, a grumpy old satyr who looked like he hated adventurers almost as much as he relied on them. Marcus, Vera, Arixa, and Thalron made their way through the lightly wooded clearing, still wearing the dust and exhaustion from their last battle. They hadn't stopped long after their victory over the Red Orcs, eager to claim their rewards and, more importantly, check on a long-standing request. Marcus stepped forward and casually tossed a Red Orc warband emblem onto the table. The jagged obsidian insignia clinked against the wood, drawing the satyr's gaze. His amber eyes flickered to the artifact, then to Marcus, and then to the rest of the group. Silence stretched between them. Finally, the satyr sighed. "Well, damn," Arixa smirked. "Told you." Vera leaned in, arms crossed. "Now, about our rank." The satyr grumbled something under his breath before flipping open a heavy ledger, running a calloused finger down the page. "Iron, iron, iron. Steel." His eyes settled on Marcus. "Figures you were already there." Thalron exhaled through his nose. "Not anymore." With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, the satyr dipped his quill into ink and scrawled across their listings. "Fine. Congratulations, you reckless lunatics. You're all steel rank now." A notification flickered in Marcus's vision. Party members promoted to steel rank. Arixa, steel rank. Vera, steel rank. Thalron, steel rank. Arixa grinned, jabbing Marcus in the arm. "We're caught up now. No more head starts." Marcus chuckled, rubbing his shoulder. "You say that like I was trying to leave you behind." Arixa scoffed. "Tch, just don't slow down." The satyr tossed a few pouches of gold onto the table. "Here, bonus for actually living through that mission." Vera caught hers mid-air, shaking her head. "I swear, you were convinced we were going to die." "I still am," the satyr muttered, turning back to his ledger. You lot keep pulling this crazy shit. It's only a matter of time. Marcus smirked. Don't worry, we'll try to die somewhere inconvenient. The satyr snorted. Good, makes paperwork easier. They turned to leave, but Arixa hesitated. She wasn't looking at the bounty board or the satyr. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the far side of the table where a stack of parchment sat. Messages, reports, and responses to ongoing information requests. Marcus followed her gaze before turning to the satyr. Anything come in for us? The satyr barely looked up. Dunno, haven't checked. Marcus gave him a look. The satyr let out an exaggerated sigh before flipping through the pages. Let's see. Rumors about the blood curse, no updates. Missing mage in the eastern woods, no sightings. Someone's pet wyvern got loose. Good luck with that. Then his movement slowed. His brows furrowed slightly as he pulled a thin scrap of parchment from the pile. His gaze flicked between the page and Arixa before he wordlessly handed it over. Arixa took it carefully. The handwriting was precise, formal. Response to inquiry, Minotaur Centaur bloodline. Issued by Archivist Terra, The Wandering Archive. Details. A historical record exists mentioning a union between a Minotaur chieftain and a Centaur elder. A child was born under unusual circumstances but was never named in official records. The clan associated with this union disbanded shortly after. More information may exist in the archives. Location: The Wandering Archive, nomadic, currently located near the Oralis Glades. Arixa's grip on the paper tightened. Thalron leaned over her shoulder, reading along. Oralis Glades. That's 2 weeks east of here. Vera exhaled. A nomadic archive. That's going to be fun to track. Marcus studied Arixa's face. She had been searching for answers since they met. She had grown stronger, become a warrior, made a name for herself, but none of that filled the gap of who she was. Arixa, Marcus said, this is your call. Arixa was silent for a long moment. Then finally she folded the parchment, tucking it into her pouch. We go. Marcus nodded. Then we go. Reflections on the road. As the party left Erindril, the conversation dwindled into quiet reflection. Arixa was uncharacteristically silent. Normally, she'd be the loudest of them all, bragging, sparring, pushing for the next fight. Now she stared at the horizon. Marcus walked beside her, hands in his pockets. What are you thinking? Arixa's jaw tightened. I don't know. Marcus raised an eyebrow. That's a first. She huffed, but it lacked her usual bite. Shut up. Silence stretched between them before she finally spoke. I always assumed they were dead, she admitted, or that they never wanted me in the first place. Marcus listened. I wasn't raised by minotaurs. Wasn't raised by centaurs either. I grew up with beastfolk nomads, people who had no reason to take me in, but did anyway. She exhaled. I was a burden. I slowed them down when I was small. I couldn't fight the way they did. Her hands clenched into fists. And when I finally got strong enough to stop being a burden, they left me behind. Marcus frowned. You never told me that. Arixa smirked. Didn't exactly come up. They walked in silence again. Then Arixa turned to him. You really think finding them is the right move? Marcus met her gaze. I think knowing is the right move. Arixa looked away. Yeah, I guess. But Marcus could hear what she wasn't saying. What if I don't like the answers I get? He didn't have an answer for that. So instead he said, no matter what happens, we've got your back. Arixa didn't respond right away. Then quietly, barely audible, she muttered, I know. Ahead of them, New York loomed in the distance. Even from here, Marcus could see the glow of torches lining the walls, the structures rising taller, the trade wagons coming in and out. Miran had been busy. Vera nudged Marcus. You know, technically we don't have to leave yet. We could check in with Miran first. Marcus smirked. We could. Thalron shrugged. We won't, though. Arixa exhaled, her grip tightening around the parchment. Not until I get my answers. Marcus grinned. Then let's go find them. The party set their sights east, toward the Oralis Glades, toward the wandering archive, toward Arixa's past. This time they weren't chasing danger, they were chasing the truth. Chapter 87, The Road to Oralis. Chapter 87, The Road to Oralis. The road stretched endlessly before them, winding through rolling hills, dense forests, and scattered rivers that shimmered under the midday sun. Traveling through the wildlands wasn't just a test of endurance, it was an experience in itself. Unlike the structured roads of Xenor or the fortified paths of Canindrus, these lands were vast and untamed, shaped only by the footsteps of wandering tribes and migrating beasts. Despite the beauty of the journey, the days were grueling. The uneven terrain of the wildlands meant frequent detours, and with each passing mile, the strain of long-distance travel settled into their bodies. Arixa hated how slow they had to move. She was built for endurance, her muscles thrived on long, sustained movement, but the party's pace forced her to constantly adjust. She had to resist the urge to sprint ahead, knowing that breaking formation wasn't an option. Even so, she often found herself scouting a little farther ahead, swinging her warhammer at imaginary opponents just to keep herself occupied. Thalron, in contrast, took everything in stride. His spellblade training made him versatile, and while his combat style relied on bursts of mana-infused movement, his elven heritage gave him an edge. He seemed entirely unfazed by the trek, moving with the ease of someone who had long since mastered conserving his energy. Marcus, though physically capable, was adjusting to a different kind of exhaustion. His Kai-enhanced body handled bursts of power and explosive movement with ease, but long, steady endurance was another matter. Unlike Arixa or Thalron, whose stamina had been conditioned for this kind of travel, Marcus had spent his old life in a boxing ring, where rounds lasted minutes, not entire days. His body was strong, but there was a difference between a fighter's endurance and the endurance of a true traveler. And then there was Vera. Vera, who relied entirely on mana and casting rather than raw physicality, was having the hardest time. She wouldn't admit it outright, but Marcus had caught her subtly leaning against him when Noon was looking, using his solid frame as a quiet support. At camp, she complained the least, though her exhaustion showed in her sharp, clipped words and occasional death glare whenever the road seemed to stretch too far. They fell into a loose formation as they traveled, alternating between conversations, occasional silences, and small moments of camaraderie. The road was long, but they made the best of it. At night, the fire crackled in the quiet darkness, a beacon of warmth against the crisp wildlands air. The stars above stretched endlessly, unmarred by city lights or magical pollution. It was in these moments, when they weren't fighting, running, or strategizing, that the group felt the most like a family. Marcus watched Vera as she sat beside him, leaning her head against his shoulder. It was a new kind of closeness, one that felt comfortable in a way he hadn't expected. Across the fire, Arixa polished the handle of her warhammer, her expression unreadable as she glanced their way every so often. He wasn't oblivious. He could feel the tension. Vera had noticed it too. And apparently she was done letting it sit unspoken. Vera smirked slightly, then nudged Marcus. "So you're blooded in the clan. Do you think you'll take more than one wife when the time comes?" Marcus, mid-sip of water, immediately choked. Arixa, who had been balancing her warhammer on one finger, nearly dropped it. "What?" Vera stretched, her expression relaxed, but her golden eyes held a flicker of amusement as she looked at Arixa. "It's not uncommon," she continued. "Among orcs, a strong warrior is expected to take multiple partners. Strength attracts strength, and well." She casually gestured at Marcus with an infuriatingly smug grin. "He is strong." Arixa scowled, gripping her weapon tighter. Such customs exist amongst beastfolk as well. Vera smirked, her gaze flickering toward her. Marcus, sitting between the two, felt very much like a man trapped in a battlefield with no exit. Arixa's eyes narrowed, but instead of snapping back with her usual bite, she hesitated. Marcus saw it, the brief flicker of something in her expression. Uncertainty. Consideration. Was she actually thinking about it? Before she could say anything, Vera leaned a little more against Marcus and asked, So what do you look for in a potential mate? Marcus felt his entire body lock up. Arixa looked at him expectantly. His brain, which could usually process combat situations in a fraction of a second, failed him completely. He blurted out, his voice an octave too high. I bet elven and dwarven customs are totally different, right? Thalron, buddy, how do they handle relationships? Thalron, who had been methodically preparing a meal and very clearly avoiding their conversation, didn't even look up from his task. Nope, he said flatly. You're on your own with this one. Marcus groaned internally. And then, because the universe loved making things worse, Stem chimed in. Fascinating. It would appear you have found yourself in a textbook example of a developing multi-partner courtship ritual. Would you like an analysis of the most effective approach? Marcus's eye twitched. Stem, I swear to everything holy. Shut up. Noted. Despite the chaos, the night eventually settled. The conversation shifted, much to Marcus's relief, and the group shared stories over their meal. Arixa, though clearly still thinking about what Vera had said, seemed less tense. If anything, the challenge fueled her competitive streak rather than making her bitter. Marcus, for his part, was less relieved and more just, trying to process everything. Vera. She was enjoying every second of his suffering. As the fire burned low and the embers crackled softly, the group moved into their usual post-meal routine, cleaning up, setting up their sleeping arrangements, and preparing for the final day of travel. Arixa stood and stretched, rolling her shoulders. I'll take first watch. Thalron glanced at her, then gave a small nod. Wake me when you're done. Marcus exhaled, standing up to stretch as well. His body ached, but it was the good kind of exhaustion, the kind that came from a journey well-traveled. Thalron walked past him, bumping his shoulder playfully as he smirked. Try not to dream too hard about your harem, lover boy. Marcus groaned. I hate you. He laughed. No, you don't. As the night deepened, the last embers of the fire flickered out, leaving only the distant sounds of the wildlands in their wake. Tomorrow they would reach the Oralis Glades. Tomorrow Arixa's past would finally have a face. Chapter 88. Echoes of the Past. Chapter 88. Echoes of the Past. The morning sun crested over the rolling hills, casting long shadows over the uneven path ahead. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of dew and wildflowers, yet despite the serenity, tension hung in the air. They were close. Oralis Glades lay just beyond the next stretch of dense forest, a region spoken of in scattered stories but rarely visited by outsiders. A place where beastfolk and wanderers passed through but never stayed. It was fitting. If Arixa's parents were anywhere, it would be somewhere elusive. The group packed up camp with routine efficiency. Thalron, as always, ensured nothing was left behind, while Arixa fastened her warhammer across her back with a taut expression. Marcus stretched out his sore limbs, rolling his shoulders as he took in the quiet. Vera stood beside him, idly rubbing a rune into the cover of her grimoire, her golden eyes flickering with curiosity as she glanced toward Arixa. She's quieter than usual, Vera noted, voice hushed. Marcus followed her gaze. Arixa stood a few feet away, staring toward the forest with a distant look. She'd been like this since they broke camp, her usual sharp remarks and playful bickering noticeably absent. She's got a lot on her mind, Marcus admitted. Arixa took a deep breath, then turned to the group. We should get moving. No use standing around. There was an unspoken agreement. No one pressed her. Into the glades. The forest leading into Oralis was unlike any they had traveled through before. Towering trees with thick, twisting roots formed natural barriers, their bark almost silver under the sunlight. The air smelled richer, more alive, filled with the scent of damp earth and blooming flora. Travel was slower through the thick undergrowth, and the silence that accompanied them felt heavy. It wasn't unnatural. There were no signs of lurking threats, no predators waiting in the shadows, but there was an eeriness to it. This place feels strange, Thalron murmured as he navigated around an exposed route. Like it doesn't want to be found. Arixa exhaled through her nose. Beastfolk don't settle in one place for long. We follow the land, not control it. But some places hold history, old stories. This might be one of them. Vera glanced around. Any of those stories involve what we're looking for? Arixa hesitated. There it was. Marcus caught it, the flicker of doubt in her stance. Arixa, always so sure of herself, suddenly unsure. I don't know, she admitted. She stopped, exhaling sharply. I just have to see it for myself. And that was all there was to it. Marcus nodded. Then let's keep moving. The deeper they went, the denser the foliage became, vines wrapping around ancient trunks, thick moss carpeting the ground beneath them. Birds fluttered overhead, their calls distant but rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. Then suddenly, Arixa stopped, not out of hesitation, but because something was there. In the center of a clearing stood a monolith, a massive slab of stone, partially covered in moss and etched with ancient markings. The language was old, unfamiliar, but there was something undeniably beastfolk about it. Arixa stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the carved letters. She didn't need to read them to understand. This was theirs, she murmured. Marcus frowned. Your parents. Arixa shook her head. Not just them. Others. The realization hit them all at once. This wasn't just a marker. It was a memorial. A place meant for remembering those who had been lost. The air was thick with something unseen, a weight pressing against Marcus's chest as Arixa traced the markings. Vera tilted her head, gaze sharp. What does it say? Arixa was silent for a long moment before speaking. We are the ones forgotten, the ones who should not be. Thalron inhaled sharply. The weight of the words settled over them like a shroud. Arixa took a step back, her jaw tightening. This isn't just about me, she murmured. There were others, like me, half-breeds. Marcus felt something cold coil in his gut. They weren't just outcasts, Arixa said, her voice steadier now. They were erased. The realization left an uneasy silence between them. Arixa clenched her fists, her shoulders taut. I thought, maybe my parents left me because they couldn't raise me. Maybe they were forced to, but what if… She stopped herself. Marcus spoke softly. What if they never had a choice? Arixa swallowed, her breath unsteady. I need to find them. Not just for answers, for this. She gestured toward the monolith. If they were part of this, then I need to know why. Thalron studied the carvings. If this place was meant to be hidden, there's a chance someone tried to make sure no one ever found it. Arixa's expression darkened. Then we dig. They spent the next hour carefully examining the monolith and the surrounding clearing. It was clear this place had been undisturbed for years, maybe decades. The deeper they looked, the more markings they uncovered. Names, dates, symbols of different beastfolk clans. Then, at the very bottom, almost completely covered in dirt, a crest, a symbol of two horns entwined with a broken horseshoe. Arixa's fingers hovered over it. Marcus knelt beside her. Is that… Arixa nodded. It's theirs. Her parents, a confirmation that they had been here. Her breath hitched, but she steadied herself. Vera placed a hand on her shoulder, uncharacteristically gentle. We'll find them. Arixa exhaled. Yeah, we will. They spent the rest of the day searching for more clues. There were signs, old campfire remains, tattered cloth caught in the roots of a tree, weathered footprints fossilized in the hardened ground. But nothing recent. Whoever had been here was long gone. But they had a direction now, and that was enough. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, the group set up camp beside the monolith. The air felt different now, not just heavy with history, but with purpose. Marcus sat beside the fire, watching the flames flicker. Arixa sat across from him, lost in thought. Then softly she said, Thanks. Marcus met her gaze. For what? A small, tired smile played at her lips. For this. For helping her move forward. Marcus smiled back. Anytime. The journey continues. As the fire crackled in the cool night air, the group prepared for the next step. Tomorrow they would follow the trail. Tomorrow they would take the first real step toward finding the past and deciding what to do with it. Chapter 89. Whispers in the Wild. Chapter 89. Whispers in the Wild. The Oralis glades were nothing like Marcus had expected. The wildlands had been untamed, rugged, and unpredictable, but the glades were different. Towering trees stretched toward the sky, their thick canopies casting dappled shadows over the moss-covered ground. The air was dense with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and the occasional call of distant creatures echoed through the vast expanse. It was quiet, but not in the way of lifeless places. There was an undercurrent of movement, something unseen shifting just beyond their senses. Arixa took the lead, her expression focused as she scanned the ground for any sign of a trail. Thalron walked beside her, his keen eyes noting details she might miss. The two of them made a surprisingly efficient tracking team. Arixa's instincts and brute force approach complemented Thalron's meticulous attention to detail. Marcus and Vera followed a few steps behind. "Feels like we're being watched," Marcus muttered under his breath. Vera frowned, sweeping a strand of hair from her face. "You feel it too?" Marcus nodded. His instincts weren't just about combat. He could feel when something was off, when the air itself carried a charge of tension. The back of his neck prickled, a silent warning. Thalron must have noticed their unease. "Eyes up," he said, his tone low but firm. "Something's been here recently." Arixa crouched near the remnants of a fire pit, brushing aside the damp soil. "Camp's old, but someone tried to hide it," she murmured. "See how the ashes were scattered? Like they didn't want anyone to know they were here." Thalron pointed to faint tracks leading away from the site. "These footprints are deliberate, light, careful. Whoever was here didn't want to be followed." Arixa clenched her fists. So either my parents didn't want to be found, or someone didn't want them to be found. No one had an answer for that. The group pressed on, following the faint remnants of a trail deeper into the glades. The further they went, the stronger the feeling of being observed became. It wasn't paranoia. It was real. Something or someone was watching them. The ambush came not with the sound of battle, but with the absence of sound. One moment, the wind whispered through the leaves. The next, the forest was utterly still. Marcus barely had time to call out before figures emerged from the trees, swift, silent, and utterly in control. Beast folk. A dozen of them surrounded the group, their forms blending into the shadows of the forest. Their features varied, feline, lupine, even avian. But they all shared the same quiet intensity. Their weapons weren't drawn, but there was no doubt that if they wanted to, they could take down the party in seconds. The largest of them, a towering minotaur with thick, dark fur and piercing amber eyes, stepped forward. He looked directly at Arixa, his expression unreadable. "Ghost," he said, voice deep and resonant. Arixa stiffened. "What did you just call me?" The beast folk exchanged glances before the minotaur spoke again. "You should not be here." Marcus took a half step forward, hands loose but ready. "We're looking for answers," he said carefully. "We're not here to start a fight." The minotaur's gaze flicked to Marcus, then back to Arixa. "Your blood carries old ties to this land," he said, "but the past is dead." Arixa's fists clenched. "I don't care if the past is dead. I want to know what happened." The tension in the clearing thickened, but before it could spiral further, another voice cut through the silence. "Enough." An elderly beast folk, cloaked in deep green, stepped forward from behind the others. His fur was streaked with silver, and his eyes held the weight of years. The other beast folk lowered their heads slightly. He was clearly someone of importance. He studied Arixa for a long moment before speaking. "Your parents were here once, but the answers you seek are not given freely." Arixa's breath hitched. "They were here?" The elder nodded, but remained firm. "If you wish to learn of them, you must prove yourself." The elder gestured toward the forest. "In our tribe, knowledge is earned. You are an outsider, but your blood ties you to the past. If you wish to reclaim what was lost, you must undergo the 3 trials: strength, survival, and heart." Arixa crossed her arms. "And if I refuse?" "Then the past remains buried." Silence. Marcus saw the conflict in Arixa's expression, her frustration, her hesitation. She wasn't afraid of a challenge, but the idea that she had to earn the right to know her own past. That stung. Vera, ever one to push, smirked. Sounds like they don't think you can handle it. Arixa's eyes flashed. Fine, I'll do it. The elder nodded approvingly. Then choose your herd. Arixa frowned. What? The elder gestured toward Marcus, Thalron, and Vera. A leader is only as strong as those who stand beside them. For each trial, you may select one among you to stand at your side. Before Arixa could even think, Stem's voice echoed in Marcus's mind. Tell her to pick you for strength, Thalron for survival, and Vera for heart. Marcus blinked. Why? Because that is the path that leads to the truth. Marcus hesitated but then spoke. Arixa, pick me for the strength trial, Thalron for survival, Vera for heart. Arixa turned to him, narrowing her eyes. Why? Marcus shrugged. Because it makes sense. Arixa looked at Thalron, who gave a small nod, and then to Vera, who grinned. I mean, if I get to be the heart of this team, I won't argue. Arixa exhaled. Fine. The elder nodded. Then your first trial begins at dawn. The beast folk stepped back, melting into the shadows as quickly as they had appeared. Arixa turned toward the fire, her jaw tight. Marcus could tell. This wasn't just a test for her, this was personal. Thalron placed a hand on her shoulder. We're with you. Vera smirked, and if they try to pull anything shady, we'll remind them that we don't play fair. Marcus sat beside Arixa, looking at the flickering embers. You're not doing this alone. Arixa didn't respond for a long moment, then finally she let out a breath. I just want to know. Marcus met her gaze, steady and certain. Then we'll find out together. As the fire burned low and the night settled, the first trial awaited them at sunrise. Chapter 90, A Test of Strength. Chapter 90, A Test of Strength. The sun had barely begun its ascent when the beastfolk elders summoned Marcus and Arixa to the proving grounds. The air was crisp with morning chill, though it would soon be burned away by the trials ahead. The proving ground was unlike anything Marcus had seen before. A massive natural stone basin, its walls smooth and worn from generations of combat. Around its perimeter stood towering monolithic totems, each carved with the likeness of past warriors, some beastfolk, others not. Their names and deeds were etched into the stone, eternal witnesses to the battles yet to come. At the center of it all stood Chief Garin, the massive minotaur whose presence commanded instant respect. Beside him was the elder seer, a cloaked, wizened figure with piercing golden eyes that seemed to see past flesh and into the soul itself. The rest of the tribe gathered along the rim of the basin. Thalron stood with arms crossed, calculating, watching. Vera smirked, clearly enjoying the spectacle, though there was an edge of genuine curiosity in her gaze. Younger beastfolk, some barely old enough to hold a spear, whispered excitedly, eager to see outsiders test themselves against the ways of their people. Marcus took a slow breath, sensing the key in the air. This place was alive with it, as though the energy of past battles had soaked into the very stone. He clenched his fists. This wasn't just a fight, it was a rite of passage. The elder seer stepped forward, her voice like distant thunder. The trial of strength is not mere combat. It is a measure of spirit, of will, and of endurance. Power alone is fleeting, but true strength endures beyond pain, beyond hardship. She gestured to the 3 sections of the arena. 3 trials await you. Only by completing them will you be judged worthy of your past. Arixa squared her shoulders. Tell me what needs breaking. The warriors around the basin chuckled at her confidence, some approving, others skeptical. The seer's gaze sharpened. We shall see. The first trial was a brutal endurance test. Arixa and Marcus were led to the starting line, a path littered with obstacles designed to break even the most seasoned warriors. Ahead of them lay mud pits, jagged rock climbs, and thick brambles meant to shred unarmored flesh. Heavy wooden logs swung like pendulums, and spears of stone jutted from the ground in uneven patterns. The seer raised her hand. Begin! Arixa took off like a storm, barreling through the first obstacle without hesitation. Marcus followed, his movements more calculated, adjusting his footwork rather than ploughing through as she did. The first major challenge was a deep mud trench, meant to sap their strength early. Arixa grabbed Marcus's arm and hauled him forward, using her superior weight to counter the mud's resistance. "Try to keep up," she teased, smirking. They pressed on, a jagged rock wall loomed next, and here Marcus took the lead. Where Arixa's brute force made climbing difficult, Marcus's spatial footwork allowed him to find grips faster, moving with a grace she lacked. Reaching the top, Marcus extended a hand. Arixa hesitated, then accepted. They weren't just being tested individually. They were being judged as a unit. The final stretch was the hardest, a series of swinging boulders that required both timing and raw strength to push through. Arixa bulldozed through the first, taking the impact head-on. Marcus, meanwhile, ducked and weaved, dodging past them with precision. By the time they crossed the finish line, Arixa was barely winded, a testament to her raw endurance. Marcus, though breathing hard, was holding up better than expected. A murmur rippled through the beastfolk. The outsiders had passed the first test. At the center of the basin sat a boulder nearly twice their size, smooth but dense as iron. "The stone's burden," Chief Garin rumbled. "It represents the weight of history, of responsibility. You must carry it together to the other end of the arena." Marcus frowned. "That's it?" The chief smiled. "You may not drop it, and you will be attacked." The warriors watching grinned. Marcus and Arixa exchanged a glance. Arixa cracked her knuckles. "Let's move." Together they heaved the stone off the ground, muscles screaming under the sheer weight. Then the attacks began. Beastfolk warriors rushed in, striking at them with dulled weapons, aiming to knock them off balance. Marcus had to fight while holding the stone, making use of quick counters and evasion rather than trading blows. Arixa, meanwhile, bulldozed forward, tanking hits with Kai-reinforced muscles, refusing to yield. That's when Marcus felt it. Arixa's ki was different, not just powerful, but raw, untamed, like something ancient, something primal. "Not the time for thinking," he grunted, shifting his grip. With one final push, they slammed the boulder into the ritual circle. The watching beastfolk stomped their feet in approval. The crowd of beastfolk warriors stomped their feet, shaking the stone basin with their rhythmic approval. The anticipation in the air was thick, charged with the weight of tradition and challenge. Arixa wiped sweat from her brow, her muscles still burning from the previous trials. But she was far from done. Across from her, Salvo, the panther beastfolk warrior, cracked his neck, a confident smirk on his face. His sleek frame belied a monstrous speed, his claws sharpened for combat. He carried no weapon. He didn't need one. Marcus, bound by ritual chains, stood on the sidelines. His jaw tightened as he watched Salvo drop into a loose, bouncing stance, tail flicking behind him. Marcus had fought fast opponents before, but Salvo moved like a ghost. The elder seer raised her hand. "Begin." Salvo vanished. Arixa's eyes widened as he blurred forward, his clawed foot slamming into her ribs before she could fully react. The impact sent her stumbling sideways, but she recovered fast, swinging her warhammer with a two-handed grip. Wham! The ground cracked where the hammer landed, but Salvo was already gone. Arixa gritted her teeth. Damn! A flash of movement. Salvo was suddenly at her left flank, his claws darting out in a sharp strike at her exposed ribs. Arixa barely twisted in time, catching the attack on her forearm guard, but the force of it still rattled her bones. She retaliated, sweeping low with the haft of her warhammer, trying to force him to back off. He jumped clean over it, flipping mid-air and landing behind her. Arixa spun just in time to see his claws coming. Marcus's voice cut through the chaos. "Stop chasing him! Use your footwork!" Arixa snarled but listened, shifting her stance. She planted her feet, letting her weight settle low instead of lunging wildly at her opponent. She let Salvo come to her. And he did. Salvo feinted right, then dashed left at inhuman speed, going for her exposed ribs again. But this time, Arixa was ready. She twisted, absorbing the momentum, and threw her full strength into a sideways strike. Salvo barely managed to twist mid-air, but the hammer's shockwave still clipped him, forcing him to roll away instead of capitalizing on the attack. He crouched, golden eyes sharp with newfound respect. Better. Arixa exhaled sharply, her arms burning from exertion. He was fast, too fast. She was landing near hits, but she needed to catch him fully. She needed to make the next hit count. Arixa, Marcus shouted again, you're Kai. She barely spared him a glance. What about it? Marcus's eyes flickered with realization. You're run-off Kai. You're generating more than you're using. Feed it into your hammer. Arixa hesitated for half a second. Run-off Kai? It was true. Her body always burned excess Kai, radiating it instead of efficiently cycling it. It had been a flaw in her reinforcement for years. A waste of energy. But Marcus saw it as something else. A resource. Arixa clenched her teeth. If Marcus thought it was possible, she'd damn well try it. She closed her eyes for half a breath, shifting her ki flow. Instead of just letting it bleed off her muscles, she redirected it, flowing it into her warhammer. Immediately, the weapon hummed, the runes along its haft flaring to life. Salvo tensed. He felt the shift. Arixa grinned. All right, Kitty, let's see how fast you are now. She charged. Salvo darted sideways, but this time she didn't just swing. She predicted. Arixa's warhammer moved faster than before, its Kai-infused weight dragging space with it. Salvo barely dodged the first swing, but she pivoted mid-motion, using her own Kai as a counterbalance. And this time she caught him. The hammer's head smashed into his ribs, sending him flying backward. Boom! A crater formed where he landed, dust and stone flying into the air. Silence. Arixa breathed hard, rolling her shoulders. Yeah, that felt good. She started towards Salvo, ready to finish the fight. But he raised a hand, coughing. Enough. Arixa hesitated. Salvo grinned, despite the blood on his lips. You've passed. The aftermath. The crowd stomped their feet, some cheering, others still murmuring in surprise. The elder seer stepped forward, nodding. Strength is not simply power. It is the will to endure, the wisdom to know when to fight, and the heart to stand unbroken. Arixa exhaled, exhaustion settling into her bones. She had passed. But her mind was elsewhere. She turned, eyes sharp. Marcus! Marcus blinked, still rolling his shoulders. What? She strode toward him, stopping just short. How did you know about Kai runoff? Marcus barely hesitated. I've been watching you use it since we met. Figured there had to be a way to use the waste energy. It just made sense. Arixa squinted at him, unconvinced. You shouldn't know that. You're a mana user. Marcus shrugged. I've been learning from you. Arixa frowned. It wasn't a lie, but something about it felt off. She studied him a moment longer before sighing and shaking her head. Fine, whatever. Then to Marcus's surprise, she grinned. Good call, that made the difference. Marcus grinned back. Glad to help. Vera, watching from the sidelines, rolled her eyes. Would you two quit making warrior eyes at each other? Thalron smirked. It is rather entertaining. Arixa groaned, but the exhaustion in her limbs felt lighter now. The first trial was complete. But she had a feeling. The hardest part was still to come.